provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition of all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us.
Can we please come into the hall? We're about to start.
The 1 million teachers movement.
It's just about 4 minutes to the opening ceremony. Can we come in, please?
A critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education change makers who will lead grassroots.
Exhibitors, kindly release everyone.
Organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Market.
Please, let's return to the hall for the commencement of the opening ceremony.
Reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express payment.
Can we proceed into the hall, please?
Express payment solutions.
Thank
is an
you.
organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016,
Can we
Express
please
Payment
proceed
is
into
designed,
the hall?
implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Try. School Try is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for schools. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a
Can we
key
please proceed into the hall?
development. Across Africa, education
Please, let's
remains
get into the
challenge.
hall.
Many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However,
Can we
there is
please
hope.
proceed into the
In
hall?
recent years, several companies have emerged, transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Wowbee. Wowbee is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Wowbee works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Wowbee is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Dancehall School Choir, I expect you to take your position right about now, as we're going to commence any moment now.
Many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in tech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, Wowbee's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just a relevant seat years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the whole world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please pardon me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, esteemed educators. It is such a delight to have you attend the 15th edition of Tosse. Tosse is the brainchild of Eduma Consult, and it is the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. My name is Anyofeoluwa Woleojo, and I have the pleasure to be your host for this exhibition. As I said, it is the 15th edition of Tosse. And what is Tosse about? It is about transforming education across borders. It is about promoting innovation that helps institutions automate their processes, create more time to focus on impacting knowledge and building future leaders. Tosse, as you're aware, is the pilgrimage for educators. As we have welcomed over 1,000 attendees annually, we welcome about 1,000 attendees annually with close to 100 manufacturers and suppliers of education materials. Can you tell the person beside you that welcome to Tosse 2023? Are you doing it with a smile? Can you do it better? Welcome to Tosse 2023. We're going to commence with the national anthem by one of the best school choirs in the world, Dancehall School Choir. Can we be on our feet? say the pledge together. Pledge Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my heart, to defend our unity, build the common glory. So help me, God. Can we? You're not sitting down. Please don't sit down yet. Don't sit down yet. Before you sit, I'd like you to meet two people who is not from your school, who you have not met before, and please have a conversation with them. Get to meet them. Tosse is about networking. You cannot attend Tosse and return without meeting an excellent educator or stakeholder. Ask them for their name, what they do, what they teach, what their background is, whether they're a consultant. You're going to meet two people, and I'm going to be asking you who you met. Ask them how subsidy has been treating them. Ask them how the hustle for fuel has been. When you're done meeting that person, please go to another person. Tosse is about connecting. It's about networking. It's about meeting people. It's about getting fresh ideas, fresh insights. It's about innovation. Exchange contacts. Take selfies. Take selfies. And please post across your social media. Tosse 2023, the 15th edition of the Total School Supports and Exhibition. Total School Support Seminars and Exhibition 2023. Please meet another person. Make sure you're exchanging contact. You might need them, you never know. Let's know the number of times you've been in Tosse. For some people, it's been their 15th year back to back. Please meet someone else. If you are sitting at this moment, you're wrong. We have 30 seconds to wrap up with that. "30 seconds, exchange numbers." Ten more seconds. Five more seconds. Can we have our seats? Please, let's have our seats. Can we please have our seats? We're going to have another time for networking so we can continue from there. I'm waiting for us to take our seats. I'm waiting for us to take our seats. Before we proceed any further, I'd like every one of us to appreciate and honor the woman who is the reason the Teacher's Reward is here. And that is in person of Mrs. Yinka Ogunde. Can we celebrate the CEO of Eduma Consults and Total School Support Exhibition and the concerned parents and educators? She has repeatedly confronted the biggest challenges in this sector and has particularly given education in Nigeria hope. I remember many years ago when I started my career as a reporter, she used to host an education event. I cannot even recall the name, but I know I met this woman for the first time about 12 years ago when I went to report an event she used to host. I don't think she still hosts that kind of event anymore for learners. I can't recall the name. And that was the first time I met face-to-face with this woman. And what was evident was the passion she carries. You would agree with me that it takes passion and a level of conviction to run a course for many years running, and not necessarily because of the financial return. Once again, can we celebrate Mrs. Yinka Ogunde? We honor you for being the senior advocate of education. Yeah, conferred by Ayofeoluwa Oleojo. We also like to recognize some very special guests. And guess who that is? You. Can you celebrate yourself for being here today? And more importantly, for coming early. Thank you. Thank you for being true leaders. Thank you for coming early, for observing punctuality. It is such a big value. And thank you for embodying it. And also, we'd just like to recognize people who have solidly supported Tosse for 15 years running. Mrs. Ogunde told me specifically to honor you, to celebrate you, to appreciate you, because you are gifts to her. She said to me that every time she looks back, she sees you, and she's encouraged to keep on doing what she does. I'd like us to celebrate Chief Mrs. Leila Fowler. Can we just keep celebrating these people? Hi, Chief Dr. Winifred Awoshika, Mrs. Clementina Dorregos, Dr. Femi Ogunsoya, Mrs. Foluke Abdurazak, Mrs. Adun Akinyemiju, Mrs. Adenike Adamolekun, Mrs. Funsho Adegbola, Mrs. Halima Okay, please pardon me if I didn't produce that well. Princess Sarah Shoson, Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. You can celebrate them better. Can you please keep the resounding applause going? Mrs. Ronke Shoyombo, Mr. Yomi Otsubela, Dr. Yinka Anyodele, Mrs. Lai Koiki, Reverend Ajibola Alayonde, Mrs. Taiwo Oweye, Mrs. Ibironke Adeyemi, Mrs. Justina Olumachuku, Mrs. Angela Ajala, Mrs. Bosede Oloyede, Mrs. Fumi Ajose Adeogo, Mrs. Doris Chinedu Okoro, Dr. Michael Tedrosho, Mrs. Elizabeth Ario, Mrs. Biola Okeke, Barrister Nike Agumbiade, Mrs. Lotta Ohagwasi, Mrs. Chika Ngbemina, Mrs. Adegboye Mojisola, Dr. Maggie Ibru, Mrs. Thelma Malaka, Mrs. Adenike Ajayi Fakorede, Mrs. Kikelomo David, Mrs. Tokumbo Edun, Mrs. Duni Isiaka Adewiye, Mr. Isiaka Idowoye Banji, Mrs. Edna Obaze, Mrs. Adeyoyin Adeshino, Chief Cowley Olusoya, Mrs. Bola Falori, Dr. Celestine Bojiememe, Mrs. Susan Babatunde Yama, Mrs. Falakemi Oshisoya, Mrs. Ronke Adeniyi. Can you please celebrate all these people for your support over the course of 15 years? Thank you. We honor you and we celebrate you for just being dependable and for being the gifts of men to Edumac and to Tosse specifically. The next sets of people I'd like to appreciate and recognize are our esteemed exhibitors. We have our major partners, and the first is WowB. Thank you for making Tosse 2023 possible. Can we celebrate our partners? WowB, Chronicles Development Company Software, ProU Education, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank, and to all the exhibitors here today, thank you for supporting Tosse, for choosing to identify with this education course. We appreciate you and we celebrate you. Right about now, we're getting into the welcome address, and I will be inviting Mrs. Abiola Okeke to do that for us. Can we celebrate her?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can you answer? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome everyone to the 15th edition of the Tosse, Total School Support Seminar Exhibition, one of the most anticipated education events in Africa. On behalf of Mrs. Yinka Ogunde, I want to say welcome. Please help me to welcome the person next to you. Please just welcome the person next to you. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. We are delighted and excited to have you here. And we want to believe that there are a lot of things packaged for you. By the time you're leaving, I'm sure you go back better than you came in. Amen. Okay, so as leaders in the education sector, this event will provide you with valuable insights and practical tips that you can apply directly to your work. You will also have the chance to explore new technologies, resources, and solutions that are transforming the education landscape. We are confident that this year's event will be a resounding success, and we are excited to welcome you to the Tosse Total School Support Seminar Exhibition. We want to appreciate especially our partners, WowB Interactive. Please, can we put a round of applause together for them? We want to thank you so much for your support for the 2023 Tosse. And we want to thank Lafayette Microfinance Bank, that's Advan. Can we put our hands together for them? We really appreciate what you have done for us, and we pray that God will bless you in return. We welcome you today, and we pray that at the end of today, you'll be better for it. Thank you very much. Welcome.
You all know me. On a Tosse day, I try not to talk because most times I will have lost my voice. But today, thankfully, I still have a voice. That's it, even though my beloved Biola has done an amazing job. And I just want to add one or two sentences and say that I am so thrilled that you are all here. And you can see me sweating. It's the crowd outside. We are trying to manage. Sheraton is looking at us with one kind eye. And they said we've taken all their halls. Even their swimming pool, we have rented it for today. So they are now saying that, look, these people, let them just quickly round up and go. But that shows how far we have come. So Tosse started here 15 years ago. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 10, year 15. Were there times that we wanted to give up? I can tell you most times. By the time I'm done with the Tosse, Stafunke, what do I say? I say, no more. I am not doing it again. Even where the future. Oh, how many of you have ever been to a Watford event? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thousands of children all over the place. For 15 years, we ran Watford. Until the politicians discourage us. And I say we are the future of our nation. Which one is our future again? We're not going ahead. But now we're back again. Because Watford is starting again in October. On the 1st of October, we're bringing together thousands of youths, both online and in physical terms, biggest gathering. What are we doing? Inspiring patriotism, promoting youth unity, celebrating the achievements of people who are real. That's what Watford is all about. So, today is all about, when you have so many projects, you know, when you have so many projects, I have a friend, she just says she has decided to call me projects, that I run so many that she's quite confused. But that's, thankfully, we do it well, and we are focused on a sector. This is all about you, people who are raising the leaders of tomorrow, how we can inspire, how we can encourage. I want to specially acknowledge some people. Some of them will be coming in to give goodwill speeches in a moment or two. Please join me to celebrate Dr. Foluke Abdurazak, MON. This is my auntie that she has not, in fact, for years, she never missed a Tosse. Alongside with Princess Soso, alongside Dr. Ogunsoya, they never missed a Tosse. Another gentleman, Otumba, Dr. Yomi Otubela, my twinnie, were born on the same day, though I'm a few years older. The president of the National Association of School Proprietors all over Nigeria. He has never missed a Tosse. Please join me to say thank you to him. Thank you, thank you. And there's so many of you in this auditorium. You'll see some of them, we have put them on almost 5-6 pages. And we just found that there were still so many that we left out. And that shows the acceptability of this program. People like Honeyland Schools, the Reverend Alayon, they are people who have never missed a Tosse. The man looked at me during the last edition of Tosse. Do you know how much he dashed me just looking at me? He dashed me $500,000. He said, look at all the wahala. He knows that you do the wahala so much and wonder how much you even get out of all the wahala. That is, those are the kind of people I have been surrounded with and they have given me strength. People like Dr. Cowley, my darling sister, Funke Faulamba, I can't thank her enough. She had to leave a very important duty to be here with me. So many of them. I appreciate you tremendously. I appreciate you, Susan, Folawe, every one of you. And I don't want to talk about my own personal person who is going to do the keynote address. He left everything in Abuja. He dashed to Lagos. He may dash back again within an hour. Join me to celebrate my own pastor, Alex Oko, the Director General of Bureau of Public Enterprise. Thank you, sir. I'm not taking it for granted. You know I'm Ogunde, and I always have fun. Pẹ̀lẹ́, 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 pẹ̀lẹ́ ní ká ṣe fàgbà bàpẹ̀ láyé. Àgbà lè kàn ni, ó lè kàn ni. Bí apẹ́ láyé àgbà lè kàn níyàwó o, orí ìyá mi ò gbé mi gòkè àgbà. Who am I singing for? Ó di jẹ̀lẹ́ńkẹ́, ó di jẹ̀lẹ́ńkẹ́ o. Báyé akọjá lọ o, ọ̀run akọjá lọ. Please join me to celebrate my husband, Oluwemimo Ogunde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for supporting Tosse. We had to put him among the sponsors this year because of the check he gave us. God bless you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Please have fun. We are running 2 seminar rooms. That's why I'm dashing around. So that you just need to cross-check after now the one you want to attend And don't forget, the main one is still on the 31st of August. God bless you. Thank you all.
Can we celebrate Mama Ogunde again? Energetic, passionate, a leader. For the first goodwill message, I will be inviting Mr. Yomi Otubela, the national president of NAPS. Can you celebrate him?
Thank you, Compere. Excellent morning to all distinguished participants here this morning and to all the special dignitaries here present and those who are on their way. I want to join host of others to congratulate my own dear sister, lovely, amiable, adorable Yinka Ogunde, a lady whom we celebrate our birthday together every year. We are lucky to be born on the same date, May 29th. And just a few days ago, we were all over social media celebrating each other. Please, can you put your hands together for her? I equally want to congratulate everyone present here today to be part of this year being the 15th edition of Tosse, Total School Support and Exhibition. It has been a wonderful journey in education industry, especially here in Lagos, where we witness this tremendous impact through Tosse every year. It is the only community of educationals where we meet with experts, policymakers, vendors on yearly basis with new trends. In some years past, we recorded an addition of lectures where different categories of provider for schools, teachers, administrators, non-teaching staff are exposed to different techniques in ensuring that we keep the minimum standard rolling. I'm sure that this year's edition has also come with fresh package to impact our life. I want to implore every one of us here and in other rooms to ensure that we take benefits, full benefit of what Tosse had got to offer all of us. Some of us will be here from morning till late to ensure that we partake in all the process. And one thing you should not forget is your ability to network properly. There are experts, technically sound persons who could support you in your journey to ensure that we all build the better Nigerian through nurturing children for national development. From National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, NAPS, all over the country, we bring greetings to every one of you, and we say, do enjoy your day. Thank you.
We're going to take the next goodwill message from a woman I've admired for so long, and it's such an honor to have her here, Dr. Foluke Kafayat Abdulrazak, an officer of the Order of the Niger.
Good morning to all the distinguished guests here today. This is another historic day in the life of Tosse. And I want to join others in congratulating Inca Inka is a very committed, dedicated person, and whatever she puts her mind to, be rest assured she will never give up until she gets there. I met Inka probably about 19 years ago or 20 at an event at Mrs. Ibrahim's place, and I was talking about Bridge House College, she was talking about Tosse, and she said so many things, and I said, Inka, how can you get all this done? You're putting so many things there. She said, no, don't worry, Auntie. I have the support of my husband. Thank you very much, sir, for always being there for Inka. So, Inka, on behalf of all the school educators in Nigeria, I want to congratulate you. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of what you've been able to put together, because it takes a very strong woman to put this together. She's running from room to room and doing all that. And I just want to say to everybody here that the only way we can get out of all the problems in Nigeria is to continue to put so much into education. We just have to continue to educate the youth, to counsel them. And I don't want anybody to lose hope. We should be hopeful, renewed hope. That's what we have today in Nigeria. It will definitely get better. To the school owners, continue to just keep hope alive. I was discussing with Folawe. We get tired at times and want to give up. But please, when you do that, just take a break. Take a break, talk to other people, and you know what? That has helped me. I have friends cut across, younger friends I learned from, my colleagues that I learned from, and older people. So if you want to look at having mentors, you have to have older mentors, your colleagues, and the younger ones. They have fantastic ideas that you don't have. You have experience, but they have great ideas. So Inka, I once again congratulate you, Inka. Congratulations. We're all so proud of you. Keep the flag flying. And we look forward to the rebirth of, yes, we look forward to that. And be sure we'll always support you. I have your back all of the time. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Dancehall School Choir, I'd like you to take position as I welcome Mrs. Ronke Shoyombo, the former Special Advisor on Education to the Governor of Ogun State, for a goodwill message.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. The future builders. You are the one building all our future leaders. And I want to say a big thank you to all of you. This morning, it's a privilege to be part of this event this morning. And I want to start by saying thank you so much to my wonderful sister, Mrs. Yinka Ogunde, and also our father, Barrister Ogunde, because no matter what, there's always, beside every successful man, there's a woman, because we have refused to stand at the back. We are beside. And that's what has made Barrister Ogunde to be very successful today. So thank you so much, sir. And I want to thank all my sisters, all my brothers seated at different levels. Please forgive me because I won't be able to start mentioning names. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. And I just want to say a big thank you to Tosse for what Tosse has been in the last 15 years. Tosse has added a lot of values to education, both in Lagos State and in other states of Nigeria. Because there's a lot that Tosse has been doing, there's a lot that Mrs. Ogunde has been doing. I've been the special advisor in the last 4 years in Ogun State, and I know she never leaves us alone. And she's also the one coordinating all the parents as well. The CPE parents, because through that, there's a lot going on in Nigeria. And I will not leave her alone because this is just the tip of the iceberg. God is taking you places, and all I keep on telling you is, please leave yourself and let go, do something, because you are a woman that is so passionate about the education of Nigerian children. And that's something that we're always very, very proud of. And I just want to say, everybody, now that we have a new government, by the grace of God, education can only get better. I am speaking from the government's perspective. I can tell you categorically that education is going to get better in Nigeria. Teachers, put your mind at rest. things will get better for all our teachers. Things will get better for all our school proprietors and proprietresses, because whether we like it or not, if you leave education and you keep on pursuing wrong things, you will never have a better Nigeria. With a renewed hope, as a National Director of APC Professional Women Council in Nigeria, I want to tell you that categorically speaking, education in Nigeria is going to get better. All parents are on board. Nobody is going to leave our children alone. Safeguarding and child protection is key to us. We're not going to allow anybody to bastardize our children. And so, all hands together on board. We are here to give good education, good standard of education. And all we're saying is, parents, teachers, all stakeholders, and in our children, let's all rise up together and give the best to that Nigerian future leader. And the Lord help us all in the name of Jesus. Thank you so much.
You can do better than that. We also have our online participants watching from all over the country. Can we celebrate every one of them? Thank you for joining and for watching Tosse 2023. Before we have the dancehall choir, I'd like us to take a selfie. Can you bring out your phone? Because we want Tosse to go viral. You're going to put it on your WhatsApp status. You're going to, I know I don't have old generation people right here. No, we are all young, right? So you're going to put it on your WhatsApp status, on Instagram, on Facebook. As soon as I am done taking this, you're also going to take yours where you are. You can stand up, you can take a selfie with someone, and we are posting with the hashtag Tosse 2023. Are you taking your picture? Are you taking it? Okay, so people usually say that it is only events that young people attend that trends online. Can you please let it feel as though we are young people here? Answer to your name and let it trend online so that everyone across the country will know that the biggest education seminar and exhibition in Nigeria, if not in Africa, is holding right here in Sheraton. Dancehall choir, let's have you. than that. At their age, could you play that? That's why you need to celebrate them better. Thank you. Right about now, yesterday, Mrs. Ogunde was talking to me how much it took her or how much it's taken her to put together this. And my mouth was just open like, please say that again. But you know, some people made it happen. Some people partnered with her to make sure that she can do this conveniently. Right now, we'll be taking messages from two of our partners before we take the keynote address from our speaker. Please join me to invite Mr. Gbolahan Olayomi, the MD and founder of WowBee.
Good morning, everybody. First, I want to sincerely appreciate the organizers, the Tosse team, for putting up another fantastic show. You've been doing this for 15 years, and this is the first year that WowBee would be partnering with you as a headline sponsor, and that's deliberate. WowBee has been investing heavily in technology and education for the last 7 years. We're a 25-year-old group under the Equipment Hall Group, and 7 years ago we decided to set up Africa's first interactive flat panel assembly line here in Lagos. And in 2015, when we did that, it was deliberate. We wanted to transform the way Africa works and learns. And we were very, very fortunate then to have, as our first customers, multinationals. Our very first customer was General Electric, and the second one was MTN Cameroon. And our first product was what you call interactive touchscreens, which was the technology replacing the projector. So we came way before our time. And in doing that, most people in 2015 said what we were doing was a nice to have. Wasn't really what was needed. But we are grateful to COVID for choosing us, because COVID was a massive accelerator. And standing here, I look around and I see so many wonderful friends and customers that have made WowBee what it is. And so the goodwill today is the fact that we're able to associate with Tosse on a platform that's credible. And that's very, very important for us at WowBee. For us, WowBee meant that everything we do would have the wow factor, and B meant black. We wanted Africa to have a seat at the tech table globally, because I was tired of going for so many tech events all over the world, and there'll probably be only 3 or 4 black people in the midst of 20,000 white guys. And that's happened even up till this year. Events I've been to this year around the world, we're probably 20, and then you'd find 20,000 white guys. No one is going to serve you anything as a black person if you don't take it. You're going to be left with the crumbs. And we know that African kids are wow. Am I correct? So we know that our teachers are wow as well. But the reality is we just haven't had that staying power to invest in ourselves and to believe in ourselves. And that's what platforms like Tosse represent for us. I wonder how they've done this for 15 years. I'm trying to imagine how it was when they started. All those who would say, you can't do this, you can't get to this level, you know, how did you do it? And that's the story, I think, of every school owner here. Doubting yourself, not believing in yourself, and then afterwards, it turns into a great success. So on behalf of the management, staff, and our directors at WowBee, we want to congratulate Mrs. Ogunde and all the people who've worked with you all these years. 15 is a long time. 15 years is a long... We can see the scars on your face. And I'm sure if I had to shake your hands, it almost feels like a carpenter's hand. Yeah. But you know, that's what pioneers do. And that's the challenge with pioneering. So We want to say congratulations, the whole of the YLB team, to celebrate with you and to wish all of us who've come here a wonderful, wonderful event and to see the transformation of that education sector into what we want it to be. I'm going to hold the last speaker onto the promises they've made. I'm going to hold them to it because as investors in education, I'm on the tech side. So education is more like a second investment for us. Tech is the first one. Education is more or less like a byproduct. And I can tell you, we need a lot of incentives before you can have tech really making an impact in education. So we're going to hold you to that. And we'll trust that at the end of these first 4 years, all our children would have undergone a massive digital upgrading by God's grace. Thank you very much and have a great show.
Just before I invite our second partner, who is the co-founder and CEO of Chronicles Development Company, Chronicles Software Development Company, in person of Mr. Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin. Please just come up now. Let's have you address us. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. My name is Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin, co-founder, CEO of Chronicles Software Development Company. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this unique opportunity to talk about what we have been doing and what we have done. But let me start by saying thank you very much, Vivian Fowler, for believing in us and for trusting us with innovative technology. Please, a round of applause for Vivian Fowler. Thank you so much. I also want to say that our story is one very humble story. Technology, innovation. I have this product called Success Tab. And the very first place we tested the marketability and how to embrace Success Tab was at Tosse 2017. Please, a round of applause for Tosse. Now, before Success Tab came to the party, we built what they call Success Box. Now, when we built Success Box was like my final year term paper, what we call project. I started with my co-founder. We didn't have a car garage like HP and Apple. Our car garage was our lecture theater, University of Ado-Ekiti, far away. Maybe not in the map right now. Pardon me. So we started the company. In fact, like I tell people, we couldn't afford to buy biscuits, meat pie, and soft drink at the eatery where we started to have the meeting. So they were like, young men, please, can you just excuse us? So we ran into a lecture theater where nobody will chase us out, and that's where we started Chronicle Software. And we started with the vision to see that the Nigerian child is empowered. Last year, 27th of September, we celebrated our 15th year anniversary. Today, we've reached out to 1.5 million students. We have covered close to about 1,000 schools. In 2021, we launched the largest digital classroom in Africa in partnership with the Lagos State government. And we were very, very, very much intentional about empowering the Nigerian child. The story has changed. Technology is a very strong leveler. Those days, we missed our chance at the third industrial revolution when the internet came. In fact, the church, in quotes, was the last people to join in because they believed WW was worldwide witches. Before they woke up, that place was saturated. But I have good news for everybody. The good news is that if we put technology in the hands of the younger generation, they will solve our light problem. They will take this country and this continent from third world to first world. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Today there is ChatGPT, and teachers and schools are trying to catch up. We are not trying to teach the children how to use ChatGPT, but we are trying to teach the children to create their own wonder GPTs. Because that's what the power of technology can do. So today with Success Tab, your students can code a robot, they can build websites, and they can engage with artificial intelligence. Apart from what we have done before, all your text resources is preloaded and they're available offline. Success Tab, like I used to say, if I drop this tablet on this very hard surface now, nothing will happen to the tablet. Should I start it? Should I drop it? Okay, some people say I shouldn't drop it. You like me? I wish everybody says I should go ahead and drop it. I'll just dropped it. Okay, so I was in Atlantic Hall some couple of weeks back. Okay, there's nobody from Atlantic Hall. They can bear me witness. So I was talking to the students in Atlantic Hall. I said, do you want me to drop it? If it's for students, I will drop it because they're the one that is going to pay for it. So do you know what? We dropped Success Tab, the new edition. As you can see, it's like iron-coated. It doesn't break. And we did that so that the experience of learning, it's now digital, and it's hands-on, and it's engaging. So, as I close, the future, like you know, is no longer tomorrow. The future is what we can do today. And our responsibility as a technology company is continue to inspire the next generation to excel. That's the reason why I go to work every morning. And that's the reason why we want to serve you better. Please do check us out. Our stand is just outside here. Success Tab is designed to empower your students to excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oluwakoyejo, for being our major partner for Tosse. Are we tired? Are we tired? So I have a 2-year-old nephew, and every morning when he wakes up, he says, Mommy, I'm tired. Please, what did you do? You slept for how many hours and you woke up saying, Mommy, I'm tired? Always. Of course, he just learned the word tired, and he just want to let us know that I've added to my vocabulary. And this light, I would invite Victory Chineye Akingbade. She is a certified dancer. So you're about to dance. Yeah, so that you can shake it up. Education is all about fun. We're not boring people. We know how to connect with the younger and the next generation. Please welcome Vicky the dancer.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so when it comes to dance, you know it's magnetic. And Vivian is already looking at me. So you know it's magnetic, and we've been talking. Of course, it's educating. And do you know dance is actually healthy? And that's why we are here. Thank you so much, Ma. So may I please ask everyone to stand? Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at me like, Vicky is trying to be gentle. Yes, I am. I'm a gentle lady. And I want to tell you something. Nobody can celebrate you more than yourself. So celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. I'm sure my mommies, my aunties, my daddies, they are looking like this girl, wow. So I'm not going to buy anybody. Daddy, welcome, sir. So we're going to be dancing to make everywhere lively and to also stay fit and healthy. Tell yourself, I am fit. Now, our voices are therapeutic. So tell yourself, I am fit. I am healthy. I'm alive. Nobody will replace me. Yes, I like it. So I'm beginning to come up. I'm seeing some people that are like, don't worry, don't be scared, sir. Don't be scared. I won't break your back. Please stand up. Celebrate him, sir. All right, so we're going to be doing, I want us to do the song that, you know, they said Gen Z age. I'm sure there's no old person here is at heart. So if you're 100 years, you're 100 at heart. You're very energetic, you're strong. So if you're strong, let me see you do like this. So you're going to tell yourself, I'm unavailable to toxicity. I'm unavailable to anything detrimental to my health. And you know what that means. So I am unavailable to bad news. I want you to gesticulate it. I'm unavailable to anything that is not good. You know, as a fitness and dance instructor, you need to do the style. So you're going to show them, I'm unavailable to toxicity. I'm unavailable to negativity. I'm available to success. I'm available to good health. I'm available to good news. And I'm available to what? What are you available to? I like that. Celebrate yourself. Yes. So you have made me to come up. So come on, make some noise. Okay. So you know the song, I'm unavailable. DJ, hold on. So we're going to do it our Tosse way. Okay. So you tell yourself, I'm unavailable. They know they see me. Did you get that choreography? It's very simple. Very simple. Vicky did not give you hard thing. Did I give you anything hard? So, I'm unavailable. Them know they see me. Did you get that? Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. I'm unavailable. I want to see your hand move. My mommy is here. She's my dance instructor. Make some noise for my mother, Minka Ogunde. Okay, so I can do this. No. Instructor, you cannot help me with my mic. All right, so please, I want to make welcome the best dancer in the whole world, Yinka Ogunde, please. So Yinka, come forward. Let her come up. Let her come up. She wants to run away. And I'm going to be bringing on stage some people. So I'm bringing in Auntie Funke. See running, See, they are all running. Mommy, you are running. Daddy, I can't call Daddy. Daddy will tell me Vicky. I have experienced it. Okay, so I'm unavailable. Let's do it again. You need to touch yourself because I said you are unavailable to toxicities. So I'm unavailable. Then you go. Them know they see me. You gesticulate it. Them know they see me. Bad news. Them know they see me. Toxicity. Them know they see me. Negativity. Them know they see me. Bad luck. Them know they see me. Health. Them know they see me. Downwardness. Them know they see me. Backwardness. Them know they see me. Bankruptcy. Them know they see me. No school fees. Plenty money, them they see me. Come for yourself. Okay, let's go. So we're gonna just shake it off. Okay, let's make it. Everybody, follow me. Little, Vicky will not break your back. Let's go. See how this mom is, they are not old. I told you. Come on. I'm unavailable. Let's go. Hello, they see me. Let's go. I'm unavailable. I'm unavailable. Hello, they see me. One more. I'm unavailable. Hello, they see me. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. Push. Follow me, little. So we go. Shake off everything that is troubling you. Shake. Back up, shake it out. Back up, see, shake it out. Shake it up. Let's go. I'm unavailable. Let's go. They know they see me. Again. I'm unavailable. Let's go. They know they see me. Again. I'm unavailable. You can do it. Let's go. They know they see me. That's how they see you. I'm unavailable. Let's go.
Buga for 15 minutes. DJ, hello everyone. So for 15 years, Tosse has been. Celebrate Tosse for 15 years.
Don't sleep.
Okay, wake up. Collect your money, Tosse. Where's Mommy Yinka?
Wake up.
Collect your money, collect your money. Wake up. So you're giving Mommy Yinka. Let's play out. Go mama. Go mama. Give her her money. Give her her money. Ah, she wants to collect it from daddy. I'm not the one that sent her. Okay, so we go. Everybody. Daddy. You see all this my mama there? Hey, go mama. So we go. So far, so good. Let me see you. Let's go. Let me. Everybody, let's go this way. Let's go. Let me see you. Let me. The other side, let's go. Let me see you. Everybody, let's go. Let me see you. Let me see you. Thank you, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky, for that. We needed that. You'd agree with me. You'd agree with me that we needed to do that so that when the keynote speaker is speaking, you won't be catching some people's head. So won't be catching your head when the keynote speaker comes up. That's why we had to do that. The keynote speech is titled Transforming Educators Across Border. And why is it important? You would agree with me that the face of education across the globe has totally changed. And as educators, we have to keep emerging and being innovative to keep up with the trend of education, not only in Africa, but in the world. I was asking Mrs. O, why did you choose Mr. Alexander Ayola Oko to be the keynote speaker? And she said to me, that they were having a conversation a while back, and he was talking about the fact that he had had several meetings with education stakeholders. And every time he deliberates with them on what to do, how to move education to the next level. But sometimes when he sees some of the things they do, he sees the disconnect, and he sees that there is no harmonization with how educators are playing in the sphere many times. And that is why I have the honor of inviting the Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprise. He has 22 years experience in banking. He is a policymaker, passionate about education. He's a reformer, and he's more qualified to address us on this topic because he has worked many years in the private sector and now in the public sector. He is a passionate individual, and he has won a lot of awards in his endeavor towards excellence. He is a member of the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, and I'm sure you would like to hear his voice more than you would hear my voice. And that's why I'd like to invite Mr. Alexander Ayola Oko as our keynote speaker. You can do better than that.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, distinguished educators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly an honor for me to be here today to deliver the keynote address at this seminar with a theme focused on transforming educators across borders. First, please let me congratulate the chief convener of this program, Mrs. Yinka Ogunde, and her team at EduMac Consult, as they host the 15th edition of the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. With over 7,000 attendees each year, this initiative represents 15 years of passionate, committed, impactful support of the education sector by creating a platform for all stakeholders to interact, discuss pertinent issues, and devise creative solutions for current challenges in the sector. Please permit me to refer to a statement by a former president of the United States of America, President John F. Kennedy, who once stated that our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education. I totally agree. Education, ladies and gentlemen, is the foundation upon which societies thrive, having an important role in economic and social development, wealth creation, and political stability. That is why we at the Bureau of Public Enterprises are about to embark on the critical mission of partnering with key stakeholders to reform Nigeria's education system. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent to note that in contrast to the high standards attained in the 1970s and 80s, the Nigeria's education system has witnessed a gradual decline, including funding, poor educational facilities, and infrastructure deficit. And I'd like to speak to these three dimensions very briefly. First, lack of adequate funding. A significant challenge for the education sector in Nigeria is the lack of adequate funding. Nigeria is yet to allocate the UNESCO prescribed minimum of between 16 to 26% of the annual national budget to the education sector. For instance, in the past 8 years, budgetary allocations to the sector have hovered around 5.9 to 10.7%. And let me just reel out the numbers for the past 8 years. 2016, 10.7%. 2017, 6%. 2018, 7.1%. 19, 5.9%. 2020, 6.7%. 2021, 5.6%, the lowest in 10 years. 2022, 7.9%, and the current fiscal expenditure estimates an 8.2% spend on education. Now, this equates to an average annual of 7.2% over the past 8 years, which is less than 50% of the minimum prescribed by UNESCO. So how now? How? Second, poor educational facilities. Existing educational facilities, especially at the tertiary level, both public and private, are grossly inadequate compared to the number of qualified candidates seeking admission every year. Over 1.6 million candidates have consistently been applying for admission in the last 7 years, but only between 400,000 to 600,000 were offered admission annually due to the limited spaces in the tertiary institutions. Third, infrastructure deficit. The infrastructure deficit in Nigerian schools is quite stark. Many of the available classrooms are not conducive to learning. There are also insufficient laboratories and ICT equipment, and a high percentage of the teachers are either not qualified or lack requisite teaching skills. The global COVID-19 pandemic provided a reality check on the level of ICT infrastructure, especially in Nigerian public schools, with basically all the public schools unable to provide virtual learning capabilities for students. The impact of these challenges, ladies and gentlemen, can be seen and indeed felt quite seriously in recent times. Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world, with a population of over 200 million people, and an average annual rate, and this is where the challenge is, an average annual rate of population change of approximately 2.6%. Now, to put this in context, it means that every year, additional 26 million people are added to the education challenge in Nigeria. The majority of the country's population, that's up to 60%, is under the age of 25. The implication is that up to 60% of the population, if not more, has been denied access to quality education, which, according to experts, is required for the sustainable growth of any economy. Furthermore, a recent survey conducted by the United Nations Children's Fund indicates that the population of out-of-school children in Nigeria has risen from 10.5 million to 13.2 million, the highest in the world. It also estimates that 1 in every 5 of the world's out-of-school children is in Nigeria. Experts have found a correlation between insecurity, terrorism, and restiveness in countries with higher illiteracy rates. It is also no coincidence that Nigeria, with a rising illiteracy rate and classified in the lower middle income group in the World Bank's Human Capital Index, has one of the lowest ratings. Some of the findings regarding Nigeria in the World Bank's 2020 Human Capital Index make for very bleak reading. 36% productivity level for children born in Nigeria during the pandemic. The average for sub-Saharan Africa is 40%. The average for lower income, middle income countries is 48%. We are at 36%. Nigeria's productivity level is lower than low-income countries like Burundi and Gambia. Worldwide, only 6 countries were ranked lower than Nigeria: Liberia, Mali, Niger, South Sudan, Chad, and Central African Republic. That's not a good group to belong to. Pre-primary school gross enrollment is 23%, which is lower than the regional average. Gross secondary school enrollment is 44%. The regional average is 48%. While the income group average, that's the lower middle income group that we belong to, the average is actually 70%. We are trending at 44%. However, gross tertiary enrollment is 12%, which is higher than the regional average of 11%, but lower than the income group average of 24%. Furthermore, the financial impact of the current state of the country's education system was highlighted by the CBN governor at the 57th Annual Bankers Dinner of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria in December last year. Exchange outflows to the UK alone had surged to $2.5 billion. If outflows to the US, the rest of Europe, and neighboring African countries, including Ghana, are added, one can fully appreciate the heavy toll this educational exodus has had on our economy in terms of lost revenue and currency valuation. Consequently, except the education sector is reformed, the guiding principle of education in Nigeria, which is to equip every citizen with such knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values to enable him or her derive maximum benefits from his or her membership of society, lead a fulfilling life, and contribute to the development and welfare of the community, may not be achieved. Education reform in other jurisdictions, just to give us some context. A number of countries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, have embarked on the reform of the education sectors, having understood the immense benefits this will bring to other sectors of their economies. In particular, China, India, Malaysia, who experienced significant challenges have carried out successful reforms or are in the process of successfully implementing reforms, and their impact is plain for all to see. And that's why we are passionate in the Bureau of Public Enterprises to engage in this reform program. China. So I talked about 3 countries, China, India, and Malaysia. Let's look at China. Prior to the commencement of the education reform in China in 1978, its education sector was in a deplorable state. However, today, China has established for itself the world's largest education sector, with 270 million students enrolled in 514,000 academic institutions. Gross enrollment rate in China in kindergarten rose from 10.6 to 79.6%. Net enrollment, as a result of this reform, net enrollment rate in primary schools rose from 94% to 99.9%. Gross enrollment rate in junior high school rose from 66.4% to 103.5%. Gross enrollment rate in senior high schools rose from 33.6% to 88.3%. Gross enrollment rate in universities rose from 34% to 88%. That's the China story. In addition to facilitating increased access to education, China has also made tremendous progress in enhancing the relevance and quality of education that students receive. Let's look at the India case. In India, the National Education Policy of 2020 is a large-scale 21st century education reform, which is built on the pillars of access, quality, equity, affordability, and accountability. The policy is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for India's Sustainable Development, with the aim of transforming India into a vibrant, knowledge-based society. So there has to be, a clear alignment between our education policy and the economic aspirations of the country. The objectives of India's National Education Policy 2020 include: 1, ensuring universal access to all levels of school education, that's preschool to secondary school. Reforms in school curricula with a view to equipping students with 21st century skills and enhancing critical thinking. Assessment of reforms which involve a shift from summative assessment to regular and formative assessment, which is more competency-based, promotes learning and development, and tests higher order skills such as analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. Financial support is also a pillar, one of the pillars of this reform. Financial support for disadvantaged students in order to improve access to education. Online and digital education in order to provide alternative modes of quality education whenever and wherever in-person modes of education are not possible. So we have to have the kind of alternatives that our IT gurus mentioned earlier on. The third context in terms of reform I like to refer to is Malaysia. In 2012, Malaysia was ranked in the bottom third of 66 countries that took part in the 2012 edition of the OECD's program for International Student Assessment, PISA, an international benchmark for reading, mathematics, and science proficiency at the secondary school level. In 2013, the government moved to address the declining performance of the national school system through the launch of the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013 to 2025, a reform program aimed at transforming the country's 10,000 state schools and lifting Malaysia into the top third of countries both in the OECD's program for international students assessment, as well as the trends in international mathematics and science study, carried out by the Institute of the Education Sciences in the US. And they set a target date of 2025 for this. Among the issues to tackle include establishing a clear process to review and make changes to the national curriculum, which was outdated, and improving teachers' training. Malaysia's commitment to reforming the education system is evident in the amount it invests in the sector each year, usually at least 20% of the annual budget for all levels of learning, according to the World Bank. So 20% instead of our 7.2% in Malaysia is allocated to the education sector. The result of this has been a sustained improvement in access to education, with close to universal enrollment at the primary and secondary levels. The way forward for Nigeria. In terms of the way forward, reform is key. We are doggedly, as far as the Bureau is concerned, we are doggedly convinced that reform is key. The Bureau of Public Enterprises was established under the Public Enterprises Act of 1999, and it is the statutory agency of the federal government of Nigeria mandated to carry out sectoral reforms. The Bureau has over the years successfully reformed the telecommunications sector, and that's what's taken us from 500,000 tele-density in terms of lines, pre the reform, to close to 150 million lines available. Some of the other sectors include banking. So UBA was privatized by the Bureau of Public Enterprises. Power sector, well, there's still a bit of, the jury is still out as far as the power sector reform is concerned, but it was a needed thing to do. And then, of course, the pension sector, in addition to others. 3 weeks ago, we concluded and presented to the Federal Executive Council a comprehensive report for the reform of the health sector as well. The BPE now plans to embark on an education sector reform program to radically transform and develop the sector. The objectives of the proposed education sector reform are as follows. 1, initiate a sustainable funding model for education at all levels, which will be implemented through appropriate instruments at both the federal and the subnational governments. 2, improve education delivery systems at all levels. 3, achieve optimal and equitable access at the different levels of education. 4, increase the quality of teachers in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions by 10% annually. 5, produce graduates that are internationally competitive at all skill levels of education. 6, ensure that curricula are relevant to the needs of the nation and modern society. And 7, obtain top positions in the ranking of universities in Africa and beyond. While the various challenges faced in the education sector in Nigeria may seem extremely daunting, it is crucial to recognize the opportunities that lie ahead. Nigeria possesses immense potential for educational transformation. By leveraging these opportunities, we can create a brighter future for generations to come. For instance, one of the most significant challenges in Nigeria is the issue of accessibility. Many children, especially in the rural areas, lack access to educational opportunities. Developments in technology, and I'm happy that some of the speakers earlier had alluded to this. Developments in technology offer exciting prospects for education across borders. The widespread availability of the internet, mobile devices, and online platforms has the potential to revolutionize learning. E-learning platforms can reach even the most remote areas, providing access to educational resources and fostering lifelong learning. Embracing digital tools and leveraging technology will enable us to overcome geographical limitations across borders. This should facilitate an increase in the gross enrollment ratio, as well as providing an alternative mode of quality education. In addition, Nigeria has the unique opportunity to incorporate indigenous knowledge and cultural diversity into our education systems. By celebrating our diverse heritage, we can foster a sense of identity, pride, and belonging among learners. This approach promotes cultural understanding, tolerance, and global citizenship, preparing students for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Collaboration is another key opportunity we must seize on. We should collaborate with schools and policymakers across the globe, sharing best practices, exchanging educational resources, and establishing partnerships to enhance the quality of education. Cross-border collaboration allows for the exchange of ideas, experiences, knowledge, and innovations, empowering us to address common challenges collectively. Nigeria has already started attracting the sort of schools that our children attend abroad. Charterhouse, an elite school in England, is looking to do what other internationally recognized UK schools have done in such locations as the United Arab Emirates, Hong Kong, and Singapore. That is, export British higher education by establishing local campuses abroad. Charterhouse Lagos is set to open its doors by 2024. Dulwich College, another leading UK academic institution, is highlighting its pedigree to Nigerian parents, and it is just a matter of time before they also take a leap and set up their own campus in Nigeria. So that's competition. We need to encourage this. This will increase access to the same standard of education, challenge our local institutions, reduce forex outflows, and attract forex inflow, as there will be significant positive inflow of education tourism from neighboring African countries. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the challenges and opportunities of transforming education across borders in Nigeria and Africa are significant and interrelated. By addressing accessibility, quality of education, teacher quality, educational inequality, and funding challenges, we can create an enabling environment for learning. Embracing technological advancements, celebrating diversity, and fostering collaboration can be a successful recipe for bridging the gap. May we all continue to work tirelessly to build our education system to produce tomorrow's global leaders with the required and requisite skills and capacity to transform the world right here in Nigeria. I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless you all.
I think you can do better than that. That was so rich and robust. Thank you. I'd like to invite Mrs. Olufunke Fowler-Amber to present our trophy to our guests, our keynote speaker today. Mrs. Yinka Gonde, please join her to present the trophy. Sir, please proceed. It's a mark of honor. There is nothing we can give you to quantify the time you have spent to be with us today.
So, Mr. Alex Oko, in the medical field, we're encouraged to know our numbers, and thank you for teaching us about the numbers in the education space, because now we know we can't be insular, and we understand that it requires a lot of partnership from the private and public sector, because all our students are going to meet in the marketplace. So thank you for encouraging us not to sit in our own space, but giving us an eagle's eye on what lays ahead for all of us in the education space. Thank you so much. On behalf of Tosse, we present this to you, and we're going to go back and reflect and definitely understand that we cannot be in a cocoon. We have to be out there and change the narrative of the Nigerian education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can Mrs. Abdurazak and Mrs. Shoyombo also join us? Barrister Gunde, President of NAPS, please also join us. And then we'll be cutting the cake with our distinguished special guest very, very shortly, the anniversary cake, and then our opening ceremony is done. Can Dr. Ayodele also join us here, please? She was to give the a goodwill message before. Please join me to give a round of applause to our former Tutor General, amazing woman, Dr. Yinka Ayodele. Please join us. Do we have Reverend Alayode here also? Yes, please kindly join us, sir. Thank you. Celebration cake is this way. Unfortunately, it is too big to be moved, but we will just take it with our special guest, MC. And after that, I believe that the opening ceremony is done. Please, if you have the premium delegates card, you can proceed to the pool side for your tea break. And if you have the standard plus, you can also proceed to the registration spot for your water and soft drink. Sheraton is trying to get us that. So for your tea break for the premium, please go to the pool side.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're a gold delegate, check your bag. You have your meal ticket in there, in a brown, in an envelope. Please take note of that you have your meal ticket in your bag as well. Please take note of that. Thank you. If you're a gold delegate, please proceed to the pool side, just towards the registration point. If you're a Silver Plus delegate, please move to the registration point to get your bottled water and drink. Thank you.
Our special, Dr. Abdurazak, please let's proceed to the cake. Mrs. Shoyombo, please, to the cake. Let's cut the cake, please. Mrs. Amber Fowler? Falamba, the cake, please. We're proceeding to cut the 15th anniversary cake. Yes, we do in batches. See? Can we all stretch our hand so we reach out to the cake? C. We're spelling Tosse, so let's go. C-O-S-S-E. Tosse! Happy 15th anniversary. 15 years of impact. We have more people moving to cut the cake. Mrs. O, second batch of cake cutters. Okay. See? Can you move closer, sir? Move closer to the cake. Okay. T-O-S-S-E. Tosse! Thank you. Happy anniversary, Tosse. 15 years of impact. 15 years of providing direction and fostering unity in the education sector. C-O-S-S-E, Tosse. Happy 15th anniversary, Tosse. We'll be back after the tea break.
We'll be back here exactly 5 o'clock. You must not miss all the next sessions. The real trainings, they've just started now. Yeah.
12 o'clock, please, wherever you are, be conscious of the time and return here so that we can start having real conversation around education in Africa, particularly in Nigeria. See you again.
Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Wowbe. Wowbe is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Wowbe works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Wowbe is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Wowbe, the touchscreens, the Wowboard is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, We are investors in education, in tech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns. And that's why we're in it. We want to see people in the room at the moment. We want to, one of these intents is to make sure that Africa has a relevancy at the table, and not just relevance in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the whole world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiSAF. FlexiSAF is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiSAF is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition of all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is SchoolTry. SchoolTry is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Formad. Format is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative schoolwears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadow Hall College of Education. Meadow Hall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadow Hall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concepts. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation. An inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine. Entrance Exam Guide. International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Wowbe. Wowbee is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Wowbee works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Wowbee is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Wowbee, the touchscreens, the Wow board is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in edtech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, Wowbee's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just a relevance in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the whole world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition of all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Try. School Try is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Formad. Formad is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative schoolwears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadow Hall College of Education. Meadow Hall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadow Hall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concept. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation. An inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine. Entrance Exam Guide. International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Wowbee. Wowbee is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Wowbee works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Wowbee is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Wowbee, the touchscreens, the Wow board is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in edtech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, Wowbee's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just a relevance in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition of all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Try. School Try is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Format is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative school wears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadow Hall College of Education. Meadow Hall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadow Hall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concept. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation. An inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine. Entrance Exam Guide. International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development.
Check, check, check.
Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride. Make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be. And so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself, it is the greatest love of all. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what.
Ushers, can you please help me tell the people outside to come in so that we can commence the part 2 of this opening ceremony.
Is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve.
You're welcome back.
To love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place
Ushers, can you please call on the people outside to come in so we can advance the conversation?
leads you to a love
Without taking further time,
find your strength in love.
If you've not met any new person today, you know that you have a lot to do on your social interaction. Your social skills need to be developed if you have not met someone new here today. That is what Tosse is all about. Networking, partnering with other educators in advancing the course of education in Nigeria. I understand that half of our delegates are still trying to get their tea break, but we cannot wait forever. I'm just waiting for a feedback so that we can start. You're welcome back. Please take your seats. The first thing we're going to do before we get into our first conversation, preparing school leaders for an uncertain time, we will take messages from two of our partners. Media, can you please help me kill that sound? Thank you. I will be inviting the MD of Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank, Gaite Dabuchi, to speak with us for a few minutes on how we can take advantage of the services they render for educators in Nigeria. Please come up, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here in this event today, a beautiful event. I want to appreciate Yinka Ogunde for this event, very professional event, so we are happy to be a major partner of this seminar. Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, individuals. We are Yes, it works. So we are an international MFB. Advance is a group of 9 affiliates all around the world. You have 3 affiliates in Asia, 6 in Africa, Ghana, DRC, Tunisia, Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and of course, Nigeria. The group, Advance Group, exists since more than 16 years old. So we are very experimented. We have strong shareholder, the World Bank, the European Development Bank. You can trust us. We have the best practices inside the industry. I know sometimes microfinance have not a very good image. It's totally different for us. Again, strong shareholder, strong processes. We work with a high level of ethics, and I think it's important for you to know that. In Nigeria, we started 10 years ago. This year, we are celebrating our 10 years anniversary. We started in Ibadan, Oyo State. But today, we have a national license, of course. So we are in Lagos, 10 branches, Ogun State, Ondo State, Oyo State, Kwara State, Anambra, Abia. So we are national and we will continue to grow. In Advance, we have 30 branches, 750 staff, well-trained, dedicated for you. Our loan portfolio is close to 20 billion today. So inside the 9 national microfinance banks in the country, we are in the top 5. Education sector is key for us. It's something that we want to focus on. I imagine you all know that education is very important if we want to give our children a better life, a good future. And I think access to education, it's not negotiable. It's a human right. And this is why we decided few years ago to dedicate a specific offer for this sector. Our offer is simple. We have services for the school owner, services for the parents, services for the children. For the school owner, we have advanced school boost, a loan up to 85 million for the school owner if you want to renovate your school, to buy some equipment, to open a new school. We are here for that. Our loan is flexible. You can pay on a monthly basis, you can pay on a quarterly basis. And we have an automatic discount. Automatic discount because education sector is key for us. For the parents, we have advanced edu loan, a loan for school fees, very simple to access, loan up to 500,000 naira. And for the children, we have a saving account, advanced kiddies. You can open it with 1,000 naira only. I invite you to open this kind of saving account for all our children. So as you can see, we are very committed. We want to do more. We want to support the education sector. This is why we are here today. And if you want to have more information, of course, you can discuss with our team on the hall. What we want to do is to help you to grow your school and to facilitate the school access to all the children. Thank you.
Please, I need help with moving this. Media guys, can you please come help me to move this back to the center? Many thanks. We're advancing the conversation, and we're moving to an important part of this opening ceremony by inviting Mr. Gbolahon to speak to us on preparing school leaders for an uncertain time. He is the managing director and founder of WowBe. Mr. Gbolahon Layomi.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the real sessions have started now, the learning phase. And I'm sure that you're also looking forward to the school owners discussion, where we're going to talk about challenges, real time. So get ready with your questions. All our presentations are here. We'll run through that quickly. We'll take a short break for lunch. We'll come back. Well, Mr.
Thank you very much. And when I came up initially, I didn't think that was the time to do advertisement. I thought that was the right time to felicitate with the organizers and rejoice with them. But now this is a time for advertisement, and I'm going to talk to you practically on how do you adopt technology with regard to your school. And I'm going to tell you the story of what WowBe has proven. And I'm glad that here I have testifiers that can prove what I am saying, because here I'm pleased to have many of WowBe's most esteemed customers who are seated right in the hall. And I have to appreciate them. The proprietor and owner of Honeyland's group of schools, one of our esteemed customers, is here. The owner and proprietor of one of the biggest risk takers with us, Standard Bearers. I want to say a very big thank you to them. I'm particular about places like Standard Bearers because they're a primary school. And one of the first things I'm going to say to you is, for anything you want to do, technology, as I always say, is not going to replace the teacher. Do we agree? But any teacher that doesn't use technology will be replaced. Do you agree? Okay. Oh, you agree? Okay, because like you, I belong to that generation of the old school. You can see me that I'm not doing tech. I'm reading out of I'm very longhand because my generation is a touch and swipe. I'm a chalk and slate generation child. I learned using chalk and slate. But today's child is a touch and swipe child. So there's a disconnect between you and that child. More importantly, technology is the uniform the child will wear. Technology is the uniform today's child is going to wear. As you're doing your school uniform, one of the next things you must think is, what is the uniform that would enable that child perform? You have to have some form of technology doing that for you. Otherwise, there's a disconnection. So what are the challenges ahead? One of the key reasons why school owners, and I've done this as a research in the last 48 hours, I had to call up different school owners and IT directors of at least 7 to 8 schools that we look after. What's been the reason why you adopted technology? Why did you do this? And the reasons, in most cases, were very similar. First and foremost, each school had a visionary, deliberate strategy that they were going to adopt technology. If you are taking notes, please begin to. You must have a deliberate strategy, a deliberate intent that you are going to use technology. When we began and we started speaking to schools in 2017, because historically for us at WowBe, our first customers were the corporates. So we're part of a group of companies called the Equipment Hall Group, and Equipment Hall has been there for 25 years. Equipment Hall is Dell's leading partner in West Africa. So we had the benefit of working with corporate organizations. And knowing the way corporates operate, every 3 years, a corporate will change all their PCs. They will change all their laptops. They call it end of life. You can't do that in education. You can't. Every 3 years, I come, I take out all your laptops. I take out all your screens. You will tell me, what did we do? We've not even finished enjoying this and you are coming to take that. But typically, that's the way we tech organizations operate. iPhone 11, iPhone 12, iPhone 13, iPhone 14, iPhone 15. Every year we're throwing something new at you. And the newest one I like is, you know what, very soon I'm probably going to buy a Tesla in the next 1 month because I'm not buying petrol again. But that car, I had to ask 2 days ago from my friends who are in the US, you mean I would never put engine oil inside? They said there's no engine to put oil now. I said, I'm buying. I'm buying. Send it, I'm buying. All I'm going to do is charge it and it will work. It will work.
That's it. I will use it for all my intra-city running. When I want to go to Ibadan, I'll use petrol. But in this Lagos, 200 kilometers a week, I'm going electric. Why am I going electric? Technology has advanced. And whether we like it or not, those cars are maintenance free. So when you are making technology decisions as a school owner, one of the key challenges you have is, who is going to walk the journey with me? From start to finish, from cradle to grave. Many of the school owners we had engaged when we began the WowBe journey had terrible investment decisions made with technology partners, technology brands. And the challenge was always simple. They are not resident in Nigeria. I spend money on Samsung. I spend money on LG. I spend money on a foreign brand. We were at an event here 2 weeks ago as lead sponsor. And when I looked at those who were there 4 years ago, Microsoft, Google, all the big names that were key sponsors with us, when we came back 4 years later, we were the only ones. Why? They don't left. They're going to move to where money is. And the education sector in Nigeria is too small to attract their attention. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So you need to be talking to someone who is local here with you and will walk the journey with you. And so when you are making an investment decision in anything you're doing in this regard, do your due diligence. If they tell you they're going to do this before you spend money on technology, and you know, one of the things we found out in the recent time has been that many school owners are rash. You make hasty decisions with regard to embracing technology. I've spoken to school owners in the last 2 weeks. Every time I have an event like this, while we want to talk to you, we need 1,000 tablets. And I look at them and I say, you know what? I don't know of any single tablet deployment project in Africa that succeeded. I don't know one until I saw a school in Ibadan. On Monday, the IITA school in Ibadan. A customer were just about to onboard and they were using Apple products. Now, if I tell you to use an Apple tablet in your school at 700,000 naira per piece, it's a no-brainer. You won't do it. But the products you buy, you want to buy a tablet, is 50,000 naira. It will last 1 month and it will fail. And with that, you get a bad reputation with your parents. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So in moving forward on the technology front, you need to take it step by step. You want to do a deployment of tablets? It's fine. Can you try it with GSS1 first? The Olashore School, who did a successful tablet deployment that paid off because there was an outcome they were looking for. They started that in 2014. And the first set of graduates of those who had used it from 2014 graduated in 2022 with the best results they had ever imagined at the school and had. But that took 6 to 7 years of GS1 to GS2 to GS3 to GS4. I should be telling you as a tech person, buy 1,000 tablets from me right now. But I'll never do that. Because you need to take it step by step. And that's the way it's been done everywhere in the world. You try it out. Does it work? If it doesn't work, you pull back. You tweak it again. But what we have is, typically, for us, because we have walked the journey ahead. So we have the ministry of the shepherd. We can show the way. And that showing the way means we've gone ahead of you. We know the hoops you're going to face. Let's guide you through that journey. Any technology that's going to be harder than what you're using right now, you shouldn't adopt it. If it's going to be harder to deploy than what you're already doing, it means you're going to spend years knowing it. Am I correct? And you need to deliver right now. You need to have 3 things when you want to deploy technology in our own estimation. 1, any technology you want to put forward as a school owner, make sure that it is open. What do I mean by open? Avoid lockdowns. If it's not Microsoft, if it's not connected to Microsoft, nothing else connects to it, don't do it.
you are at the mercy of that vendor. Do you understand what I mean? So for us at Wildby, everything we do is open. You want to connect Google, I'm good. You want to connect Microsoft, I'm good. You want to connect Android tomorrow, I'm good. It has to be open. Because the day that vendor is not there for you anymore, what happens? And in technology, one of the things that happens to us a lot is we're always being acquired. That's the stock in trade. Wildby was there yesterday. Microsoft gives me $10 billion. Thank you very much. Taking a walk. Acquired. So the company you used to know has become another name, and another name, and another name. And that's why it's important that you ensure that you do your due diligence. Number two, the technology you want to deploy must be capable. Capable means everything it says it can do, make sure it can do it. It doesn't have to do it 10 over 10. But at least if it does it 7 over 10, 8 over 10, it's okay. Go with it. Thirdly, make sure it is affordable. Wildby is a premium economy brand. We are not cheap. We have no plans of being the cheapest. Forget it. We're not in that space. Because cheap can be the most expensive thing at the end of the day. So you come, I went to China, the same thing you're giving me at 2 billion naira, I can get it for 1 M. Please go ahead. Let them come from China and train you. Let them come from China and walk your teachers on the journey. When it fails, call them in China to come and help you. When the power surge in Nigeria hits it, call them in China to come and fix it for you. When power does like that and the thing does, or half of the screen goes that way. The interesting thing is that when we've gone to so many schools, initially we've seen roomfuls of projectors packed up. That's a common story. Why? Because you bought products that didn't have any support. You bought products that you said, this is the cheapest. You just got advice, let me get it. You didn't even check whether projectors were the best things for the kids. So you have to get what's affordable. Affordable means build to budget. I've got this budget. I want the best bang for my money. I want the best ROI, return on my investment for this money I'm spending. And that's why when you're doing that decision on affordable, you must have a partner that works with you from cradle to grave, from start to end. From the day you are deploying that technology, from day one to the warranty that ends it, make sure you have a partner that can walk you through from beginning to what? To end. Because when you're spending millions on it, you'd better make sure you get a good return on what you're spending. And that's one of the things that we've had to do in our learnings at Wildby with this sector. Meaning, typically every single Wildby product comes with a minimum 2-year warranty extendable to 5 years. In the 5th to 6th year, Wildby will buy it back. Meaning we're so sure about what we're building. When you want to move to the next generation of products we make, we'll take it back. Get a discount on it, off it, and move on to the next thing. And that's why I sleep very well. Because we make a damn good product. And I'm happy to mention in here, I'm sitting here, my customers are here, and those guys have been, everyone who I mentioned has been with us for years, so repeat customer, year on year on year. But the reality is, it's a journey. Your technology, onboarding technology is a journey. We are learning, you are learning. But the interesting thing for us is, whatever you want to do as an investor in education, make it homegrown. And that's a big challenge. We go abroad as school owners, we travel. I saw that. I saw that app. I saw that app. It works in the UK, it won't work in Nigeria. Make sure that what you want to do has that ability to be local. And so it's important for us. You'd see some of the schools that we work with on there, some referrals. I'll probably, put up some of them for you to hear. What the journey has been for those school owners.
So in this phase where we're at, access becomes important. How do I access this technology? It's expensive. It's not expensive. The cost of not having it, you should ask yourself, if I don't have it, what happens? What is likely to happen? If I don't invest now in the use of technology. Number one, kids are migrating. They're going to be migrating to where the best tech is sooner than later. And COVID was, I mentioned it earlier, COVID was the best thing to happen to Wowby. Because it just proved that what we had been doing was right. And it caught everybody napping except Wowby schools. Because ab initio from day one, every single Wowby board had a video conferencing camera attached to it. The only point of failure for us was teachers couldn't get to school. As long as a teacher could stand in front of a Wow board, he could teach any child in the world. One-to-one. And that is critical, just like our speaker said this morning. The next phase for us is, how do we move from using touch panels and all of that in the classroom to now becoming me and the child, one-to-one, me, the child, and the feedback I get from the child. Another key area that we need to all look at together is, in fact, for me, the most critical part, the teacher. Every teacher who can't use technology is scared that they are becoming obsolete. School owners need to skillfully, I plead with you, skillfully help our teachers become comfortable using technology. Some of the best teachers are in their late 50s. The interesting thing is that the model they've always been using has been working. The exams, if not for COVID, the exams were never, unless you're running the British curriculum, the exam is, WAEC is it not still shade the answer? Or has it moved from shade the answer? You must do longhand, whatever. There's never been any, in fact, I was coming in today and I said, all through my own education, the only scientific device I used was a calculator. That's all I ever used was a calculator, nothing else. And if you're in the arts, you don't even need it. At Wowby, we're first a corporate. The first line of customers we have are the corporates. And the corporates are subsidizing the costs for education for us. So everything we sell to a school, a corporate is paying twice that. And they know they are subsidizing it. They know. So it's not hidden. Okay? So my plea is very simple. If you don't adopt technology, that school doesn't have a future. Take it to the bank. And you cannot keep on holding the children back. You can't. That's their language. So you have to adapt to them. I know older school owners have a lack of appreciation. I'm beginning to read what, directors of IT and some school owners have said to me in the last 48 hours about the challenges with adopting technology. There's a lack of appreciation. What is all this? And many of you continue to spend money and lose money on technology. Because it's how will I call it now? One school has done it. 500 tablets. They are beside me. Oh yeah? You two go to the market, go and buy 500 and bring. Next term, all those tablets would have failed. You don't know the brand. You don't know what you bought. All you just did was fear of missing out. FOMO. Let them not say, I too, I don't have. Hold yourself back a bit. Some of the best, I repeat,
Some of the best classrooms I've been to have been some of the wonderful primary schools I've been to. I went to one in Lekki. I saw the classroom. I myself, I looked at the classroom. I said, no, these people, they are too far ahead. And that was a primary school. Everything set, beautiful, well done. But still, they could see that where they were, they needed to step forward. And decided to make the step forward with embracing interactive touchscreens. So that was because they already had a visionary strategy. Every school, I'm not going to tire to say this, you must have a deliberate visionary strategy for technology. Have it, and that involves not you alone as a school owner, sitting with your stakeholders. I'm a CEO. I get upset when my staff talk to me anyhow sometimes, but there are times when you need to farabale. Sorry, excuse my Yoruba. You need to calm down and allow some of them who may know, take some counsel from them, and then put a team together that helps you onboard the right decision making. Most school owners are not tech savvy. It's okay. So you need help. Yeah? You need to find, hopefully, God blessing you, a kind shepherd that will help you on the journey so you don't throw away what you have. Many people are resistant to change. These are the factors with education. Clearly, resistant to change. We deliver our 90% in terms of our GCSEs. We deliver that. We don't need to deploy this to do anything new. It's okay. You will find out in 2 years from now that there are people who may be doing it less, but the customer satisfaction rate of the students and parents is higher. And that ensures that you are still in business. 5, the likelihood of going out of business unless there's change. That is what drives school owners to make changes. Unless it is likely that school will close down, many school owners don't make a change. Unless you're likely to go out of business. Then I will show up. Put 20 wild balls in your school, everything will work now. Oh yeah, come, bring. But for years you've been holding that back. And the longer you hold it back, the more you tend to go behind. Investment, which is what our keynote speaker spoke about today. Money. How do we pay for it? For the first time this year, Wildbees decided we will step in that space. So for the first time, we're now open to payment plans. But as I ask everywhere, do you have the credibility to pay back? If Wildbees is stepping in as a bank, I've experienced it before that because we came to ask for money on the overdue date, Wildbees gets a bad reputation. And you go and report us to other people. Meanwhile, you are the one that defaulted. That's how, don't mind them, they are not good. Their product is bad. It is this. You defaulted. And these are the things that make us scared as investors with regard to supporting. We know that the investment level is high, but you can't run away from it. You must do it. You must invest in tech. It's not negotiable. As I said, God give you a good shepherd to walk the journey with you. Mindset is also another thing. Is time up? Okay, so I'll round up now. There's also confusion on the vast array of options that are before you. Am I correct? Somebody tells you do this, another one do that. Your son will tell you this. Your IT teacher will tell you that. Somebody you meet elsewhere will tell you that. You need to be able to sift through all of that. And then there's no standard certification for what is to be deployed. We need to come to a point where we can know this is the standard and this is the way we should go. So, I'm just going to read one or two things and then we're done. For us at Wildbees, everything we do must have the wow factor. That's why it's called wow. If it's not wow, we won't touch it. The B part is very, very, very racist. Black, Africa. How's Africa going to have a seat at the technology table? Are we going to keep on looking out and allowing the crumbs fall down to us? And so that was the mindset behind the brand. We're going to make sure that Africa had a seat at that technology table. And I'm glad to say with your support, that's happened in so many ways. And we're indebted to so many people. Mrs. Koiki is here. They were one of the few people who first believed in us and gave us, the opportunity. Thank you very much, ma. And when I look around, and they've been with us for years. So I'm not talking about people who just, yesterday, no. It's been many, 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 many years. And there's so many like that everywhere. And the testimonies will say the same thing. We're happy with what we see. But the final part and the crowning jewel of it was a challenge that government had. In 2020, I had the opportunity to stand like this and do a presentation at the Eco Hotel. And the governor of Lagos State was at that meeting. And when I finished speaking, I showed the pathway of what a school of the future should look like. And when I finished speaking, the governor said, go and build me one. And 2 years later, we delivered the Vetland Junior Grammar School. The first hybrid, modular, interactive, green school, I dare say, in Africa. Built with 52 shipping containers. All the containers you throw all over the place, those are shipping containers. Those are shipping containers. The pitches, the games, but inside it was absolutely state-of-the-art technology. Interactive panels, tablets, teacher training of over 6 to 12 months. Ensuring that everything came together to deliver a school of the future, a prototype for what learning should be, even in the public space. And that's become the flagship that the government of Lagos State has said they're going to roll out now as a model. What we're trying to say is that we can prove together that Nigeria is wow. We can prove together that we can do better than what we are today. Both public and private. So, finally, who are we and what should you be doing? We are vision enablers. That's what we are. We enable your vision. Our technology is the support pillar to your quest to produce outstanding students. We didn't just create a product. We created a way of learning designed specifically for the African proprietor and school owner. We are 100% African. So we want you as a school owner to think African, not Asian, not British. Think African. I have 30 minutes. I've used 25. Your doggedness, your endeavor, your relentless push are the things we will support you with. So we share your passions. And so we developed all of these things you see. We developed them with processes, with you, the proprietor, at the front and center of our mind. So our passion, our responsiveness, our empathy, and our professionalism is the ethos and essence of who we are. So we translate this into our approach to serving you. We guarantee that your expectations are not just met, but exceeded. So the products or services that you will see, they connect with the aspirations as school owners. We believe your kids are wow. We believe you as school owners are wow. And we believe that your journey into technology should be a wow experience. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Can we say wow? As I spoke, my heart burned. I mean, that was amazing. Can you celebrate Mr. Gbolahan for that? I wish I had a school, you know. Am I sure? I'm not sure. I'm not. Let me back out. I am not. Because I think educators are special breed. the tenacity. I know that education is a walk of faith. I know. If you're not a faith person, because you just don't know, you just have to rely on the one who told you to start. That is if you're a person of, it is a walk of faith, because I have a relationship with a number of school owners and I know the challenges it takes running a school. And this is a good time leading us to the next conversation. And this is a connect of the experienced, the not so experienced, and the veterans. It is a connection. And that is what this conversation is about. Because education is the continuous exposure of our own ignorance. And I also know that what an educator is more important than what an educator teaches. And right about now, Mrs. Olufunke Fowler Amba will be having a conversation with, I would allow her to do the introduction herself, so that we can learn the journey, even if you've not been there. I remember when I started my business, I needed to have this conversation with people who have been doing what I wanted to do. And I didn't find. I looked everywhere. I didn't find. And this is what Tosse gives us the opportunity to do. That whatever question you have in your heart, you're sure that there is someone who has walked that path and can just speak to it and give you the insight you need. Ms. Olufunke Fowler Amba, can you celebrate her? This is one educator I know with so much executive presence. You're welcome, ma'am.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're all awake because you have some very interesting speakers to learn from. So I won't personally introduce them because I always think it's always important that people tell their stories and they introduce themselves. I'll just call them on stage. So we will start with Mrs. Lai Koeki. She's the Executive Director of Green Springs Education Services. Please come on board. I would also like to welcome Mrs. Busola Olanubi, the Executive Director, the Porter's Land School. Please encourage her. They're going to be sharing lots of insights with you. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Ms. Shefumi James Ogbe. She's the Director, Head of School, Cypress Hillside School. Please join us. Please encourage them. Please continue to encourage them. So this is a very exciting time. I don't want to take from our time, from spending time introducing our speakers because they come with a world of knowledge. So I'll start with Mrs. Koeki. Mrs. Koeki, could you just tell us briefly about yourself?
Okay, it's great to be here. Good morning. It's afternoon, actually. Good afternoon, everyone. Great educators, I'll say, because educators have great minds because they want to impact life. So I'm Mrs. Lai Koeki. What about myself? Okay. Let me help you out. No. Oh, well, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, well, I founded Green Springs School. That was in 1985. So we're 1 year shy of 40. And it's been a journey. I think that's enough for now. That's enough for now.
So we'll go on to the next speaker, Mrs. Busola Olanubi. Please just tell us briefly about yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Busola Olanubi. I'm the Executive Director of the Potter's Land School. I started Potter's Land in 2016, January to be precise, and now we are a nursery, primary, and secondary school that we started September last year. Thank you for having me.
And we'll move on to Mrs. Shefumi James Ogwe.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. As rightly said, my name is Shefumi James Ogbe, and education began for me when I was only 8. And my grandmother actually influenced me, even though my mother was a teacher. So even though I had been around, I met Auntie Yinka in manufacturing. We worked together in communications, but despite that, I wasn't satisfied until I found my faith in education. I run Cypress Hillside School in Lekki. Thank you.
Please celebrate them. Please celebrate them. One thing we notice is that they're very humble. They've not said much about themselves. Mrs. Koiki is also the president of APEN, the chairperson of APEN. And like she said, she's been running a school for almost 40 years. So we're having a talk today about the challenges, a frank talk about the challenges we face in the 21st century. The 21st century ends at, I think, in another, how many years? Another 80 years or so. So we have a lot to learn from. So I'll start with you, Mrs. Koiki. Challenges do come, and your journey is a little unique because you've had almost 10 decades of seeing changes. You've gone from supportive parents to non-supportive parents. You've gone from behavioral issues. You've gone from labor issues. So can you share with us how you have transitioned? Because you must be a life learner to be able to transition through 4 decades. So please share some of your challenges that you faced.
Thank you very much. I mean, with education, running a school is just like running any other business. But you know, for most educators, they don't realize that. We go in with a passion, and we just throw ourselves into it without considering the business aspect of it. It is a business. Let's face it, it is a business. And so for most of us, we fail along that path. We fail because we are unable to sort of put our books together. We fail because all we're interested in is the well-being of the child, which is great. I mean, that's what we are called to do. However, if the school does not survive, then that child will not do well, in that sense. And so getting the accounting part, the business part right was a challenge. Even for me, when it started, I was just like every other person starting a school, passionate. And maybe I should just mention that the reason why the school itself started was because I had a need. I looked for a school for my daughter, and I don't imagine who I thought I was at the time, thinking that this school, that's not good enough, and all of that, and ended up learning a bit more about education and deciding to go for the Montessori training, in the UK and all of that, So it was as a result of that the school itself started. And we started with 3 children. And so the whole essence was just to ensure that maybe I missed a step there, right? Now, you know what we're experiencing now? We're experiencing the Japa syndrome, right? Good. In 1984, there was another cycle of Japaing. That was when Andrew was checking out, right? Aha. I had gone for my training in 1983, finished in 1984, but there I was. It never occurred to stay back. Even though Andrew was busy checking out at that time, it never occurred to me to stay back in the UK. I thought, I'm going back to Nigeria to change the face of education. That was the driving force. And so that was what kept encouraging me through all the challenges. School started with 3 children, obviously, and those children were children from family and friends. That's the way it is. They borrowed me their children, you understand, and that's the way it was, and that was how school started, and it grew from there. But then I had to be everything: the cleaner, the school bus, driver or whatever, and all of that, and the teacher, of course, because that was very important. And so, but in the process, you just find that you throw your whole self, your emotions, everything into this work that is so meaningful to you and is real. It's real that it is so important, and you try to support parents along the way. However, a lot of that is also abused by many people. I mean, that's life, actually. I don't know if I should.
No, very good, very good.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to Mrs. Olanubi.
Yes, please.
Many schools closed down in the UK, in the US, post-COVID, but you're standing, so we celebrate you. Let's celebrate her. Many school owners are suffering from a lot of fatigue, mental fatigue, because it's not been easy. Can you share personally some of the challenges and how you got through the challenges, so that by the time you share with us, somebody here will go back refreshed and understand that, yes, you look radiant, you look as though everything is going well, but it doesn't come so easy. So please share with us.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fowler. Don't be deceived by the makeup. Yeah, I'm a second-generation school proprietor, so I thought I had it all figured out now. My mommy's school is about 30 years, and I used to help her during ASU strikes. And then my background is actually law, and I manage unions in banking and oil and gas. So I felt managing parents would be a walk in the park. But I discovered that it wasn't as easy as I thought. But one thing that helped me was being present. So when I started the school, I wasn't working. I started the school, I was working elsewhere, but at some point I had to join because I realized that I needed to be on ground. And so I go to school every day, almost every day now. And what that has done for us is that our parents see the passion that I bring into it, and I know that it's not just a business. So to COVID, the school experienced a divine turnaround during COVID. It was as if we knew COVID was going to happen. So we closed the day, just the Friday before lockdown, and we resumed the day we said we're going to resume for third term, because we used the holidays to prepare our staff and parents. And so, and even in times of pricing, it was as if we knew how COVID was going to happen, because we priced so well that I was even saying that maybe we should not go back to school, because we gave them 60% if COVID lasts for more than 5 weeks, 80% if it goes to 8 weeks, 100%, and our parents cooperated. And what we did for the younger children, the playhouse children, playgroup, we call them playhouse, was that we said they should not pay, that it was free. And many of them started, but along the line they stopped coming. So our parents saw the level of preparedness, and by the time we resumed, other people joined us. We started with 2 children in 2016 January, my daughter and another child. Today our population is about 497. So, and one thing that's also important, like Mrs. Koiki said, accounting. We started at secondary school now, and I told my staff that when we start year 10, accounting will be a compulsory subject, even if they are not going to write it in their final exams, because I struggled a lot with keeping records. I knew money wasn't missing because I'm still in charge of the money, but in terms of that, okay, when auditors come to say, okay, how did you spend this social amount, I wasn't really able to account for it. And I thought that, okay, money will come in, I will spend it, but there's still a lot that goes into managing inventory and all that. So when Mrs. Ogunde called me for this, I said, I wish somebody had invited me to a panel like this before I started, because it would have really gone a long way. So I know there are some intended school owners that are part of this program. I will advise that you intern with a school owner before you start, to know whether you are even called for this. Because sometimes I wish I didn't start.
Fantastic, thank you. So Mrs. Egbe, you come in with a holistic experience, manufacturing, communication. So Can you share with us what skills did you bring in to combat some of your challenges? I want you to share of an incident that happened, because you're sort of new compared to some of the other speakers. So what are some of the challenges you experienced, and how did you overcome them from your previous experience?
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Fowler. Amber, yes, thank you. Yes, for me, because nothing prepares you for what you face in this business. I interned with some schools in Lagos. I knew I was going to go into education even while I was working in a corporate organization. In short, some of them nicknamed me teacher. And the day I opened my school, all of them were rejoicing I just found my path. So I knew I should be in education. And I started out in 2019, but nothing prepared me that all the hard work have a single child again. All of them left. Either they stay back home or they left for Canada. And I was devastated. Because
How did you get over that?
Yeah, I think support from, I think I looked at my husband's starting experience, and I look at the vision before me. One thing I came with was, it will work for me. I can't do it in a shoddy way, so I know it will work. So when everything went down and we had no child, I was paying bill. I had staff I was paying every month. I quickly thought of it, what can I do to benefit humanity? I told them we're going to advertise free and take children online free. So for COVID time, I paid, my school paid, and we were educating students in Akure, in Kano, different parts of Nigeria for free. And after that, when we came back, no child to resume with. And I started encouraging my staff, even though I needed strength from God. So many times I was awake in the middle of the night, crying and telling God, God, I don't want to be a mockery. I had businesses that were working and giving me better money. I was bringing money into this business from this business. There is a business I do. If I have a contract once, I get enough money. So it's not something that you are comfortable with, but passion is there and purpose is there. And I think out of it all, seeing where friends, stories of older people that have been able to beat their challenges encourage me, and God above all. And I think my husband, gave me hope that no business, I should look at, the tree, that the tree, if I'm going to have a tree, it won't grow overnight. And every time it seems as if I want to get discouraged, I look at the tree. And funniest part of it, when I was even putting the symbol, the logo of the school together, I didn't know that was going to be an encouragement. The logo is a tree, cypress. And, it started through the test of time. There were moments I'd sang our anthem as an encouragement, lifting encouragement to myself.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well done. I think she deserves a round of applause. Please, let's encourage her. So I'm going to go on to Mrs. Koeki. I'm a second generation. My mother just turned 90. And there are days I go home to her because I'm confused about things going on, and she'll say, well, in her time, she never heard about this. You've been doing this for 40 years, and we're dealing with self-harm, we're dealing with drugs, we're dealing with binary issues, there are new pronouns. So how do you deal with those challenges? Because you're somebody who's crossed over decades. You've seen the beginning, you've seen, I'm sure as you look into the world now, you're thinking, is it going to end? Because it's so different from when you started. So how do you deal with those challenges?
Well, the first thing is for us to keep abreast of what is happening all over the world. It's so important. Don't imagine that it will not get to Nigeria. Some of those things that you're mentioning are already here. However, it is important, the values, that you maybe teach and encourage in the school. That is key, really. And we must ensure that we put in a lot of counseling support for the children. I mean, one does not even need to wait until something goes wrong before counseling starts. You find that, real counselors will integrate with the students and be able to get their trust, buy their trust. I mean, not buy, but get the trust, such that they'll come and discuss. Even when they see a child that's not smiling today, a child that's normally boisterous and is not smiling and all of that. And through all of that, we unveiled quite a lot of those things that we think, being in denial, that are non-existent in Nigeria. And so we just talk through it. We talk through it. We may, at times, we invite the parents, and then we also teach them generally, that is, have a conversation around it for the age groups that are affected. And one thing that I know is happening in our society is that parents are probably leaving children alone, unattended to, especially with devices. And so they go, even if they don't go, the thing will pop up on their screen anyway. So it's not about them even searching, for maybe porn or whatever it is. And so conversations just needs to be ongoing. And so there must be conversations with parents, because they need to do a whole lot at home. There has to be conversation with staff, because some members of staff too are just experiencing this for the first time. And they need to understand that the world is changing. And the thing about education is that, you learn, you unlearn, and you relearn. That's the way it is. And so the world is changing. We have to change with it. Of course, we have to decide the position where we want to be, how to position ourselves. And for us, we're upholding the age-long values. That's what we believe in, and that's what, and we have some parents trying to tell us, no, whatever, this is the, no, sorry, unfortunately, we are not changing. This is where we are. Faith is strong in God, and that's the way it is. And so you must align. If you don't align, then you can't be here with us.
So I'll move on to you, Mrs. Olanubi. I sometimes, not sometimes, I usually follow Mrs. Ogunde on Concerned Parenthood. And we see that sometimes it's school owners against the teachers, and that is some of the challenges that we have. And we also have problems recruiting good skilled workers. So how do you deal with the challenge as a school owner? How are you the navigator to ensure that there's some kind of relationship between the teachers and the school owner, the school management, so that can translate into a productive community?
Okay, thank you. So the problem of resourcing good talent in the education sector is a problem that is very huge. I personally believe that the curriculum of the education curriculum in our universities, they are not anything worth talking about. So what we do as a school is that we don't expect perfection. Honestly, I've gone past that. That I said you must have this qualification. So I don't insist on having education degree anymore, but you must have the heart of a teacher. And the heart of a teacher is a learning mind, an inquisitive mind, a curious mind. So when we recruit, we train. But what we also do is that when we hire, we don't exactly, no matter where you are coming from, except maybe, I don't know if we can recruit from places like Green Springs or the big names. So what we do is that we don't make you a class teacher immediately. So you are an assistant teacher in the hope that during that time, your probation period, we get to know you better about your attitudes, and then you understand our culture better. But apart from that, we have also put in place retention strategies to enable our good hands to stay. So one of the things we do is that for female teachers, it's only female teachers that are taking advantage of that. Even if a male teacher comes forward, we'll do that, is that we allow them to bring their children, those that have children under 3, to our play group at no cost. So what that does is that while they are at school, their mind is at rest. They are not thinking that, although it has its own challenge, because I've also found some teachers leave class to say they're going to check their child. So, but I think for majority of them, they appreciate that. Then for our staff, if you have a child in the school, you pay only 30% tuition. And so that has really helped. So even when other schools push them, when they consider the quality of education that their children are getting, their husbands tell them, you better stay. Yes, so that is also very important. We also have a HMO, and then we give them soft loans. Now, we also have a cooperative, and I brought that cooperative from my banking experience. So we have a cooperative where they can also access bigger loans to enable them meet bigger demands. So that's how we retain talent. Now, we also have an appraisal system. That appraisal system is such that if you are not doing well, it will throw you up, and then you know that somebody is watching, and if you are not doing well, at the end of the review, then we can ask you to leave. So those are the things we have put in place to ensure that we retain best talent and we make our school uncomfortable for those that are not willing to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I now move on to Mrs. Ebe. Can you share an experience that would encourage somebody today, another experience that may encourage somebody as they're going through the challenges? In the 21st century, there's been so many things that are paralyzing school owners emotionally, just things from the environment, from the government. The cost of living has shot up. With the subsidy, some of us that do school runs, we have to increase school bus prices. We have to think about the staff next term. Are we going to give them increases? So what would you say to people? How would they sit down and navigate the challenges for the next session so that they're able to make sure that it's a win-win for everybody?
I think what comes to mind first is the educator's well-being. I think we work so much and we don't know when to stop. I remember when I started, there was a time, a particular, week, I was in the school working because I was almost everything. I wanted everything to be perfect. I demand excellent, work and the rest. And I was in the school till 1 a.m. And my security guard, 2 of them, they kept on coming, to just tell me, Madam, come and go home. And I wasn't ready to go because my eyes were on the goal. And I needed to finish before the morning. And, one of them came around and said to the other, when work reached, Madam no they know until she finished. And there and there, I asked myself, I checked my time, and they came and told me, Madam, it's 1 a.m. And I was going outside Lekki Phase 1. I was going to drive myself, a woman. I must confess, I drove that a number of times. But what I realized later is that after all, what next? Your family needs you. But we come into this business whole, and most of the time, a lot of us breaks down. At the time, I think the work shut me down. I literally broke down. And nobody in that office, nobody, the business was running itself because I put a system in place. But my family was busy. They were busy carrying me, caring for me. So I think, what the highlight of the whole thing for me in education, your health is a priority. Ask yourself, if everything fails, can I still have my health? Surround yourself with people that believe in you. I have inner circle that I can always fall on even when I know everything has failed. I will call, Vicky, come, this is how I'm feeling. And by the time they look at me, look into my eyes and tell me. In short, there's a particular one she will tell me, there is nothing coming from the sky that this world cannot take. You know, and by the time she shares 1, 2 of our own journey with me, I think the thing will dissolve me. We share knowledge, you know, ideas, and we come around and I find solution out of the whole issue. There are people who have gone ahead of you. There is nothing. If you understand that your health is priority to this business, I think it will do you more, you know, more good than believing that you are the all in all. You can never be the all in all. And you can never, this work you can never finish. Everywhere I go, 24 hours, I've realized this thing, you know, we call phone, we keep working. If I sleep early and I wake up around 2 a.m. daily. But the moment I wake up, there is no day I've woken up that I don't have something to do. So that tells you that there is no end to this work. It is a work that needs your brainchild to be consistently active, and you need to put into your health for your brainchild to work. So take note of that.
Brilliant, brilliant. Please, let's clap for her. This is supposed to be a very frank session, and I know a lot of you have questions. We wouldn't usually have this opportunity to hear from decades and decades of experience. So I'd like to open up for the audience to ask questions, and then we move on to another session so you can learn more about the challenges. So can we have some questions?
We can only take about 2 or 3 questions, so that questions aren't birthing questions. Okay. Please, you can mention whoever you want to respond to your questions.
So, good afternoon, the panelists and my colleagues. I'm Barrister Nike Agumbiade from Silver Sands High School. The year has been very challenging for schools, great school owners, according to Mrs. Koiki. I've learned a lot from the panelists. Well done. Thank you so much. So September is coming. We are faced with the fuel increment, and we're going to be dealing with school buses as school owners. We're going to be dealing with talking to parents about possibility of increasing school fee and other things. So, Mrs. Koiki, what would you advise for September for school owners so that we get it right? Coming from your experience. Thank you very much.
In reality, there's really no way around increasing school fees. But you have to increase school fees. There's no way around it. There's no other way around it. It has to go up. But of course, in increasing school fees, you have to think, some people might need to drop off, you know that, because they cannot afford it. But of course, because it is a business, you need to be able to pay your bills, and that's why you have to increase school fees. You need to be able to pay your staff well. You need to be able to fuel the school buses, and if you serve lunch, you need to be able to afford to feed the people. But it's also important to also reconsider. I mean, there's some things that you may need to stop doing. For instance, well, I don't know. For instance, you may consider maybe stop giving lunch. It's better for them to bring their own food. I'm just saying, you know, because really, how much would you be able to add on to the fee? And you find people maybe even questioning that. I'll give you an example. Well, it's not really, it's an example, but it's not quite related to this. People question a lot, which is okay. We're in that age of knowledge where you are allowed to ask questions. And you have for those that write IGCSE, British Council sends the bill. But because it is priced in foreign exchange and they now convert it to Naira, it is high. The exams, very high. And you find someone, because that document is not actually shared with parents, because British Council doesn't want it to be shared with parents, right? And so if you're charging a parent maybe 600 and something thousand for an exam, I mean, They'll want to know, maybe you are making a kill out of this opportunity that you've gotten, not knowing that that is actually the bill from British Council. And so you may find that, people will ask some questions. Some might be irritating, because you feel bad because already you are doing so much. They can't even see that. They are concerned about self, which is natural. We're all very selfish anyway. I said that to say that we need to consider the things that we need to do to remain in business. Because if you price yourself out of the market, then you may lose quite a number of children because the parents cannot afford to pay the school fees. But increased school fees, unfortunately, I think you have to, unfortunately.
Brilliant, brilliant. Another question?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the panelists, the organizers. I'm honored to be here. My name is Adirunke Fashiru. I'm a human resource professional, and I'd like to think aloud this afternoon. So most times when I get into systems, I try to encourage proprietors to do something for their staff. So I know that the owners do not have direct contact with the children, and if you want your teachers to represent you well, then you must train them to a certain degree. But every time I hear the same response, which is true, teachers, proprietors are a bit weary, investing so much in teachers that would not stay. So I'd like to ask, maybe Green Springs, Ms. Lai, if it's possible, and other speakers too could share their opinion. So I'd like to ask, how best can school owners get that sense of belonging from the teachers? So one time I proposed, so we're talking about retention, one time I proposed that in other places where I used to work before I came into education, I had some of my colleagues say to me that their career objective was to become a director in that organization, and they gave their best because they knew that at the end of the day, there was the option of becoming a director. Maybe a 2%, maybe a 1%, but there was something to work for. And even when there were options outside, they just felt, this thing is what I want, so I'm ready to put in 20 years. So are there options we can explore in education to retain our best hands? Is it fair to ask someone to sign because you want to train the person, and maybe the person gets trained and the person walks away? I know it's unfair to the school owners, but how do we arrange this such that these teachers just desire to stay and are not compelled to stay? Thank you.
My first response to that, addressing school owners, is that if you train them, they may go, right? But if you don't train them and they decide to stay, what state will your school be in? And so really, you have a responsibility to train them. But beyond that, because you have the heart of a person that wants to make impact, right? If you train them and they go, they're going somewhere else to make impact. And so your purpose will be fulfilled still. You understand? So it doesn't matter. And of course, Mrs. I've forgotten your name, I'm sorry. Olanubi has already given ideas of how we can work with our staff to encourage them for retention. Training, of course, that is key, really. It is key, and we can't compromise that, really. It is key. Training, and also, giving them necessary allowances. And there's some statutory things that I realize that quite a number of schools don't do. Like the HMO, medical, there's the HMO, there's the NHF, even though recently that is a housing, whatever. Recently, that has been made optional. There's also pension. It is key. Because if someone is staying for maybe 20 years, and because they want to be the head of school. But of course, you know that the organogram is going that way, So, it's only one person that can be head of school or can be principal after, But at least there's something else that they can have. They can have their pension. They can have health care, good health care. They can have rebates for their children in school, for the education of their children. So such incentives can help retain staff. Thank you.
Brilliant. So can we hear from the other two speakers about the same question that the HR expert had? How do you retain staff? And if I can please ask the audience, can we please keep the noise level down? We are what we practice, so I hate to think this is your classroom. So please, can we please keep the noise level down? Please go ahead.
Place in Potter's Land to retain our staff. But I also want to tell the person that asked the question that times have changed. And for Gen Zs, many of our staff now were born in 1990. So they are not even thinking of staying 15, 20 years. So, but while they are with you, reward them adequately. So, like Mrs. Koiki said, I'm not looking for a situation where somebody will stay with me because he wants to be a director in the school, but this person is not pulling his weight. So I don't want my school to become like a public service where people are just marking time. No. So, but if you are a productive staff, the system will throw you up and you will get your time. And when you go, we'll reward you handsomely. But that doesn't also mean that in the few years to come, we might also give some people shares. It's not something we are promising, but it's about the value that the person is bringing first into the system. So it's about value. When you demonstrate value, people will want to retain you. Thank you.
Brilliant. You also?
I think, I think I will advise school owners to also have this mindset that they're not going to stay for life. You came from somewhere to start your own. Even after some years, they will go. But for those, we are in the age where borders have been opened to them and some countries are even beckoning on them for free. So what are you going to do? Encourage them. What I have chosen to do, I've had staffs that have left me, is to encourage them and encourage their vision. I realize I have not lost them. Because when they see something good that can benefit me, they call on me and tell me about it. I have one that has told me he's going. He was shocked with my response, even though I had premonition that he was going to go. I encouraged him. I encouraged him about his family. I encouraged him about where I think, the channel will lead him. And, after the discussion, he looked at me and said, Ma, I didn't believe you were going to respond like this. And I asked him, but I have my own children. So you have your own children. Once they come, some of them, most of them, the Gen Zs are not there to stay. But may we continue to find the people with the right passion for education that will serve their purpose and serve their God in what they have found their hand, on. I think that is paramount to me. Anybody that wants to live can live, but live with truth. Like I was telling someone, I think my friend shortly, that I opened a discussion in my school that, I just came in during one of our meetings and I told them, now September is coming. What, I have learned is when the session is ending, you need to make your intention known, at the beginning of that last session. If you are going to continue the journey with us, we do appraiser, re-entry appraiser. I brought that, from my, wealth of knowledge, from other companies. Reappraiser, re-entry appraiser. So even if you have given me problem in the course of the year, I don't have to terminate you. I know that there is an end to the journey. So I might not readmit you into the system when the session ends. And with that, we know that, the contract has ended and you can go somewhere else. But in that, at the same time, I'm not going to leave you with bitter words. I think a lot of them, when they come in, we that are new in education, a lot of them have gone through schools that they have been embittered. So they come in to vomit, on those of us. They come in, with wrong, mindset that we had to reorientate them over and over. A lot of them are already, hardened in their beliefs, and they end up becoming cancer to your system. And until you remove such person, until you remove such mindset from your system might not find peace. So choose. 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 to encourage them to
Fantastic.
achieve whatsoever they desire to achieve.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Brilliant. So, Mrs. Koiki, can you share some challenges you had in the beginning compared to now? Sorry? Are we still asking questions? No, we're not. We'll come back. Yes, thank you. You threw me off for a minute. Okay. Mrs. Koiki, you started almost 40 years ago. Can you share the difference in challenges that you've had when you started and what you're dealing with now? And with your 40 years, there's something called wisdom and your GPS that helps you navigate through. So share with us, please.
Well, first, I'll say that, whenever a challenge shows up, for me, my attitude is, these too shall pass, and it will pass. These too shall pass, and that helps one to look at it in a way that is not devastating in any way. For me, the greatest challenge, which was why I mentioned a bit about business, considering education as a business and equipping oneself with that knowledge, was one of the failings that I had originally. All right? Can you imagine? I mean, now you may just think, how silly could that have been? But I'll share it anyway. There was need to rebuild one of the properties that we had, okay? Early days though. And of course, went to the bank and all of that, trying to get a loan. And they said that I needed to have a third as my own contribution for that project. And I mean, you know what I did? You can't even fathom it. I went ahead, I demolished the building. I didn't have the loan. I demolished that building and I started the construction work. My mindset was a third, of the contribution. So I could just start and put a third physically. But that wasn't what they wanted. And so, I mean, it's just to say that, look, it sounds very silly, doesn't it? But it's something to learn from, because you need to seek advice from the experts. You are not, I was an educator, you need to seek advice from those that are into maybe banking, not just building. I had the contractor, I had all of that. But then this is about financing. I didn't seek the right advice. I didn't do the right thing. But luckily, we scaled through. We scaled through. But that is the importance of seeking help, in areas where you don't have expertise in. You don't just assume that you know everything. But of course, that has changed. That has changed. It's a thing of the past. But I know that there will be people here who may think that, look, I can do some things my way. But if it is not within your purview, of expertise, then please seek help, seek support, seek advice from other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's brilliant, because I'm sure we can all learn from that. So I'll direct the same question to you as well. And can I have people write down their questions so that just for time, we can use our time valuably? Just to you, Mrs. Olanubi, from when you started, you took over from your mother?
I started mine here.
Oh, you started yours again, second generation, you said you started yours again. So what was the lesson you learned starting in the beginning? Because your school is how many years now? 7 years old. 7 years ago, what is a valuable lesson or challenge you learned that you know you may not repeat now in your 7th year?
Okay, first one is that I wish I had interned. That running a school in Lagos is quite different from running a school in Ondo State. So my mom's school is in Ondo State, and parents call her mommy. They kneel down to greet her, and they are so appreciative. they are so appreciative of the school. But here we have demanding parents that they won't do their part, and they expect you to perform miracles. So I wish I had learned that not everybody can be a parent in my school. So initially, I used to bend backwards to please parents, but I realized that people chase after value. And after a while, I realized that once I can provide value, the right parents will come to our school.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, so I wish I had known that earlier. I wouldn't have developed gray hairs so soon. Then in terms of sourcing for funds, I was a bit lucky. I used to work in a bank, and so 3 months into our journey, I requested for a loan. And my former Ogas gave me the loan. They gave it to me on self-recognition. And we were able to, we upscaled so fast that at some point it really became an issue, that managing the growth of the school so fast. So with the benefit of hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have upscaled so fast. So I want to advise potential school owners or people coming after us to take it one day at a time. Then thirdly is that we should build institutions and not build around individuals. So I had a head teacher that so she came from a very big school, and so she wanted all the things that were in that other school, which we could not afford at that time. And it became an issue, and she became very confrontational. But I learned to manage her so well, and our exit was good. So I realized that, yes, so for people that were outside, they didn't know all that was going on. So for me, the benefits, and I realized that if I had built the school around her, it would have been a big problem. So now I have fantastic staff, and they know I really appreciate them, but they also know that we are trying to build an institution. And so everybody they know their place within the system. Then the final thing is to have a structure. I realize that schools don't have structure. So we are very reactive with recruitment. So somebody leaves and anybody walks in, and maybe the person that left was earning 100,000, the other person that comes in, because you are desperate, you offer the person 180, and then it causes a lot of disaffection within the system. So it's important that you put in the structure that there are middle managers, senior managers, and it also helps because it helps people to be aspirational, to know that today they are here, tomorrow this is where they can get to. So those are the lessons that I've learned, to put in structures, not to build around people, but to build institutions, and to manage funds wisely. Because when the funds come in September, you think the money belongs to you. In fact, as you are driving, the money is sitting in your account, you are checking the millions, you are already thinking of what you can do with the money. But by the end of the term, you are almost borrowing to meet up with your obligations. So it's very important that as school owners, we manage our funds wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we hear from you as well? The challenges, how you overcame them starting, and where you are now.
I think to anyone aspiring, to come into education, I think you should have the resilient spirit. Yeah. You must also understand that, I think for me, having been in different places, I realized that we must have the CEO's mindset. A CEO is a marketer, is a pusher, a vision pusher, and is doing a lot of things, to ensure that the brand grows. But I think a lot of us comes in with the mindset that, yes, we want to do business, we want to give to the people, we want to give to the society. But once, we have decided that this is what we want to do, like she said, system must be in place, your accounting, system must run perfectly. I made a lot of errors. I won't even know when I start, I put family money into the business. It's when I'm doing my accounting that I realize that, this money has gone, and I'm just looking up and down. But thank God for an understanding spouse. But I think, for me, coming to education, I will say I have learned to understand that my school is not your school. there is a vision that brought me, and our vision, even though we have a universal purpose to educate, but how we are going to educate differs. And how our journey will be differs. So I think I understood that, I think the third year, after the third year of our opening, that see, you need to sit down and understand that these people had a journey to get into where they are. Your school is different from theirs. Yours is yours, and you need to work out your vision. So learning, yes, even though we have competitions running, we should also understand that there is a leg ahead, and that you must take your journey one at a time.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
And I think, that solves it for me. Then for the area of, I wish I'd seen into like my 10 years ahead. I wish I'd seen into like my 10 years ahead. Because when my husband kept on telling me, this is like, not like there's a name, he calls it, you are giving back to the society. Like you said? Like is an initiative to just give birth. I will tell him, no, I am going to make, there's money in it. We are going to make money. But I knew I wasn't coming in to make the money, the first years. And I think that has really, really helped me. Because while COVID was going on, I was paying complete salary to staff members that we had contract with. I couldn't have done that if I was dependent on the money that the school was going to provide. But I already had a plan, for first few years. I already had their salary for first few years, the people I could, bring, work with, I already made provision for that. I think that really helped us, for those first few years. But truly, if I have to say it again, I wish I'd seen into my next 10 years.
It's well, brilliant. So we have some questions, and we only have 5 minutes left, and I know Mrs. Ogunde is very particular about time. So I will start with you, Mrs. Koiki. How can you put in a succession plan without stress? Is your presence in the school as the school owner compulsory all the time?
Well, there has to be a system. It is key. The school will remain there because it's important to have plans for an enduring legacy. That's very important. And you will not always be there. And so it should not be wrapped around you. There has to be a system in place. And succession, of course, if you have your own, maybe a child that is going to succeed you, then that child should have come into the system to understand how it operates. If it is members of staff that will, you will need to see who the manager amongst them would be, because really you need someone that can manage a situation, a school or a business, right? And you start training the person within, it will take you at least about 5 years for the person to become ready. Succession planning is very important. It's very important because we understand that businesses in Africa especially don't go past the second generation or so, or maybe even the first usually, So it is important for us to know that we are not going to be there forever. Brilliant. And for me, I'm not there. I don't necessarily have to be there every day. Even though when I started this school business, I saw it as a business that you can do until you are 80 or 90, whatever. But not because you have to be there. You go there not because you have to be there, because the system is there. The school will run itself. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you, Mrs. Koiki. So I move on to you, Mrs. Olanubi. Please, I'm reading exactly as it's written. Please, how do you go about the monitoring of punishments to erring students? I find that most of them of late do not show remorse after committing offenses.
Times have indeed changed, and the values of our children are a direct reflection of the values of the society. I once had a child that would not do homework, would not cooperate in class, and I invited the mom. This mom is a well-educated person, a practicing engineer, that sometimes she will come to school in her coveralls. So I used to look at her as one of the practicing engineers. And the woman told me and the year 6 teacher to her faces that, no, that as long as the child can sign a check, can sign, not even write, sign a check. So these are the people that we are dealing with in the 21st century, because this is not an... Hello, sorry, can we learn, please? So this is not an illiterate. She's well educated. She's not a Yahoo person, in quotes, that you would think, that you expect to think that way. Now, monitoring punishment, you can only try as much. The parents are the first educators of their own children. Now, if you have an erring child that you've invited the parents, you've punished, you've invited the parents, and the child has refused to cooperate. Well, we've had instances, in fact, we suspended 2 children in primary school before for bad behavior. And one happened to be a twin, so the father was so happy. So the father will bring both of them to school in the morning, drop the girl, and the boy will go back home. And it changed. But you have some parents that are not cooperative at all. And we've not had an instance like that, but I'm also prepared to ask that the family to withdraw their child if they refuse to cooperate. But also, we must also realize that children, we cannot use singular instances to come to permanent conclusions. So children are a work in progress. A poorly behaved child this year might end up becoming a good child. So we should not be too quick to conclude. Yes, so that's where the role of pastoral care comes in. So I once had a child that was a 4-year-old child. She will not cooperate, she will not write. And since we don't beat anymore, one day the teacher brought her to my office and Mr. Lambe, I'm tired. And as soon as I hugged this girl, she said, I want my daddy. And by the time I called the older brother in primary, said their daddy had moved out. Fortunately, the mom and I had worked together. So I called her and she explained to me, I said, I want to call your husband. And I invited him. I came the following day. You should have seen how the children hugged him. I was almost crying. And I had to tell them, whatever is happening in your home is not my business, but the interest of these children is paramount to us. So what happened? The man moved back and the children became okay. Now they are separated, but now they have an understanding that whatever is happening, they should not project it on the children. So that's our role of pastoral care, of counselor, of hearing more than the children are saying, and hearing when they are asking for help. Sometimes through bad behavior is very important as educators. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. On the issue of school owners training their teachers, should teachers use their own money for the training, or the school owners should pay for them?
Well, I believe...
Let's hear. Yes, that's the last question. Yes. Please go ahead.
There are 2 things involved in this. It's different if the teacher identified a course, a training, or you as a school owner identified a gap in your system that needs to be filled. If it's an identification of a gap that needs to be filled from your system, for which you have appointed a teacher to be trained, it is your responsibility, I believe, as an educator and an administrator, that the sole responsibility is on you to train that teacher and possibly bring back that training, the wealth, of training given to that teacher, to be shared across board. So even if you can, it's not compulsory, you must send 10 people out to be trained. You can identify your intelligent learners. Those people who can easily grasp. It's not enough, it's not by size or by the number of years they've been in the system. Look at those people that can easily grasp and tell them to go for the training. They can also transfer this knowledge to others. Remember, if you bring the knowledge home, if you import the knowledge home, it will be used for long.
But if you leave them alone to go without deporting the knowledge, appropriately, it might just be that your fear will come out to your face.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Thank you. So I think if it's the teacher that identified, I have seen a training, I am interested, and you think the school is capable, you can co-partner with that, teacher to train that teacher, and also expect the teacher also to give to the system. But if it is a system, gap, then it's your core responsibility to train the teacher.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much, ladies. I won't let you go. I need you to give us a final word. Somebody needs to go home encouraged today. Somebody is feeling that they need to shut their doors. Somebody is feeling overwhelmed. So I want you to give a final word of encouragement to somebody concerning how they go about their challenges.
Yeah, being an educator is a position of strength. It is a position of strength, and so you should remain strong. Life happens wherever you are. Whichever profession you are in, life happens. There will be challenges, but the challenges are there to be surmounted, and that too shall pass. So keep going.
Brilliant. So can we hear from you? Last word.
Okay, so I will talk from a position of faith. The place of prayers cannot be overemphasized. So you need to be prayerful. Whichever religion you practice, you need to be prayerful, because times have changed, and the children have changed, the educators have changed. And then you need to also know that a school is a social enterprise. So even if you were aiming to be a billionaire, it will take time. So take it one day at a time, and learn, like Shifumi said, learn to rest, because when you are not alive, the school will continue. Thank you.
I think what I would like to say to each and every one of us is, yes, from the perspective of faith as well, to take this business as a work of faith. Faith, you don't see the reality, but you hope that the reality will come while you are working it out. Keep working. Keep believing that there is a promised end. Yes, the frustrations might be there. The agitations, the betrayers might be all around you. You might even feel like giving up. But I want to tell you, it's not time for you to give up. It's not time for you to hang out. It's time for you to tell yourself that if I have done it all these years, I can still do it.
Brilliant. Okay. Please go ahead.
Sorry, please, I need to add something. And create avenues for feedback. Whether positive or negative, welcome all forms of feedback. Sometimes you are doing your best and your customer is not seeing it. Sometimes it can be very hurtful when they tell you certain things, but that is their own reality. Perception is reality. So if you are doing so well, your customer is not seeing it, there's still a gap. And then you must work at addressing those gaps so that they can see the value that you are bringing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And to our audience, I want you to know that economists have said that small businesses and middle businesses contribute most to the economy of any country. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it and keep feeling encouraged. And I'm sure you know that these beautiful ladies on the stage, they're not just standing, they've been through those seasons. And just like wealth of experts, Mrs. Koiki told us, this too shall pass. So stay strong. Thank you. Good photographs.
Please, can we give them a round of applause? I have learned so much. Please, let's rise and give them a round of applause so that we use that to just say thank you. Have you learned something today? Please, let's honestly, I stayed glued. Unfortunately, thanks to Welby, people outside could also see what was going on in here. So we were actually listening to you. They've connected this to, so everybody, we
we could all hear and see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, could you just, that is reflecting on my face. We are going to go for lunch very shortly. If you have the premium tag, please just look at it. It will indicate whether you are going to the pumpkin leaf or you are going to the poolside. But let me also introduce our next speaker. Her name is Mrs. Yemisi Akindele. She just got in for Tosse this morning from the UK. And she is a powerful lawyer, education consultant. She calls herself an education lawyer. And she's going to be talking to you about visionary leadership. That will be our last session for the day. Because you know what? Everything rises and falls on. If you are going to be able to run this race, you need to understand what it means to lead, whether it's a school owner, whether as a team lead, a principal, whatever. So I want you to please, after going for lunch, go around our exhibition stands, come back here, 1 hour of listening to Yemisi. And if you are able to give us a summary of what she has, what she will be delivering, that's where the Tosse Prize will be coming from. We will give you the email to send it to. And once you are at it, you can also get leadership books outside. It will help you. We have a lot of John Maxwell leadership books. Please also get copies for yourself. And what time are we back from lunch? Please come back in about 40 minutes. 2:30, 2:35. 2:30, 2:35. So, what time is it now?
Tomorrow belongs to God. Nothing can break me, nothing can bend me, nothing can bring me down. Bella, what you had, we all deserve a chance. La 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 la. I don't go where no love, where my home. Can I go down so long, long way? but I'm a worker. Just to chill, I live a life that's so real. Every time I pull up my time, cause I'm like, and it's not so serious. Yeah, you know I try to forget, get a hold of my head. I live a life so free, yeah. I don't know if I need it, but I know I'ma take it. Check yourself, you can have it all. Anything you can have it. I don't see if I got it, so I know if it's feeling up. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know why no love, where my down so long way. I don't know why no love find my way. God, I down so long way. Oh Lord, our love, life is coming. Oh Lord. Leaving the moment, tomorrow belongs to God. Nothing can break me, nothing can bend me, nothing can bring me down. Bella, what you had, we all deserve a chance. La 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 la. I don't know why no love, where my home. God, I go down so long, long way. Show me love, I work hard, but I'm a worker. Just to chill, I live a life that's so real. Every time I pull up my time, cause I'm like, and it's not so serious. Yeah, you know I try to forget, get a hold of my head. I live a life so free, yeah. I don't know if I need it, but I know I'ma take it. Check yourself, you can have it all. Anything you can have it. I don't see if I got it, so I know if it's feeling up. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know why no love, where my God, I go down so long, long way. Oh, bá ṣe yọ kó tó mọ̀ pé bàbá ń bẹ lókè. Kò ṣẹ́gbà tí wọ́n bá ṣe yọ kó tó mọ̀ pé lóòótọ́ ń bẹ lókè. You don't have to wait to feel the pain. You can start right now. It's not too late. It's not too late to be grateful. Leave this world a better place. Cause they got to come by shit, yeah, but come up with my family. They got to come by shit, yeah, but come up with my family. You don't have to wait till you feel the pain. You can stay right now. It's not too late. It's not too late to be grateful. Emotion.
Economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged, transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Walby. Walby is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Walby works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Walby is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Walby touchscreens, the Wildboard, is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in tech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, Walby's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just relevant in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiSAF is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 25 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition to all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Try. School Try is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Format is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative school wears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadowhall College of Education. Meadowhall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Mental Health Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stand for School Concepts. Stand for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation, an inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine, Entrance Exam Guide, International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Walby. Walby is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Walby works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Walby is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Walby touchscreens, the Wildboard, is one of the products that we make. One of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in EdTech. And our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns. And that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, Walby's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just relevant in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SCADE Integrated Limited. SCADE Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SCADE Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition of all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Try. School Try is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Format is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative schoolwears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadowhall College of Education. Meadowhall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadowhall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concepts. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation, an inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine, Entrance Exam Guide, International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Wowbee. Wowbee is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, Wowbee works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. Wowbee is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
Wowbee touchscreens, the Wow Boy, is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in tech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, one of these intents is to make sure that Africa has a relevancy at the table, and not just relevancy years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition to all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is SchoolTry. SchoolTry is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Formad. Formad is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative school wears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Mountain Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadowhall College of Education. Meadowhall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadowhall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concepts. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation, an inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine, Entrance Exam Guide, International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and it is a key driver of economic growth and development. Across Africa, education has been a major challenge, with many countries struggling to provide quality education to their citizens. In Nigeria, the story is not different, with millions of children out of school and many more lacking access to quality education. However, there is hope. In recent years, several companies have emerged transforming the education sector and providing innovative solutions to the challenges facing the sector. In this documentary, we take a look at some of these companies and how they are changing the face of education in Nigeria and Africa. Let us begin with Walby. Walby is Africa's first original equipment manufacturer of interactive flat panels. As the foremost proponent on interactive solutions on the continent, WowBe works in partnership with schools to drive interactive technologies across Africa. WowBe is at the heart of building Nigeria's human resource for the future.
WowBe touchscreens, the WowBoy, is one of the products that we make, one of many touch products that we make. From an education perspective, we are investors in education, in tech, and our mindset is to transform the way Africa works and learns, and that's why we're in it. We want to see African kids at the head of the technology table, not behind. We're not even in the room at the moment. We want to, WowBe's intent is to make sure that Africa has a relevant seat at the table, and not just relevant in years from now, actually dictating the technology that moves the world forward.
Our next stop is Pearson Education. Pearson is a global organization that provides world-class assessments, digital content, and learning experiences for international schools to enable more effective teaching and learning. Pearson works in partnership with schools, universities, and employers worldwide to provide over 3.4 million students annually with the right qualifications they need to excel in their career. Another company of repute is FlexiServe. FlexiServe is a leading ICT firm delivering solutions to schools across Africa. With various products for institutions at all levels, FlexiServe is a great partner for schools across Africa. Another company redefining education in Nigeria is SKID Integrated Limited. SKID Integrated Limited is a technology-enabled manufacturing and sourcing solutions company with over 2 decades of unwavering commitment to delivering value to the education sector. SKID Integrated Limited is top on our list of companies changing the face of education across Africa. Chronicle Software. Chronicle Software is another major player in the education sector. The organization is driven by a strong desire to impact the learning style of students. The company provides a wide range of educational solutions, enterprise applications, web application development, and utility software. The education sector is supported by various financial institutions. Amongst them is an emerging strong player, Advanced Lafayette Microfinance Bank. The company offers a wide range of financial services designed to help educational institutions succeed and make profit.
Advanced Lafayette is a financial institution dedicated for business owners, entrepreneurs, and individuals. We are an international microfinance bank, a part of Advanced Group. In Advanced Lafayette, our objective is to handle all your financial needs. You can get a loan up to 85 million. You can open a current account with no fees. You can open a saving account with a high interest rate. And in addition to all of that, we have also some dedicated offer, one for the education sector, another one very soon for the farmers. Join us as we grow together.
The 1 Million Teachers Movement. The 1 Million Teachers Movement is a unique movement committed to building a critical mass of highly trained and enterprising education changemakers who will lead grassroots improvements within their communities. Another organization working to provide qualitative products to the education sector is Zuma Marketing. Since 2012, Zuma has been providing institutions with reliable and cost-efficient technology solutions that has added great value to such schools. Express Payment Solutions. Express Payment Solutions is another organization supporting the education sector. Since 2016, Express Payment has been designing, implementing and providing platforms for electronic payments, collections, bills payments, and funds disbursements. The company is determined to work with stakeholders to grow the payment ecosystem and enable smarter living for all Africans. Our next stop is School Dry. SchoolTry is a company that adopts the innovative use of technology to facilitate a smart environment for school management and ensure real-time connection. Companies from various sectors are constantly creating innovative products and services for the use of schools across Africa. Some of these are Mocha Foam, a name synonymous with quality in the sleep industry. Famad. Famad is the undisputed leader in footwear in Nigeria, penetrating West Africa since the year 1960. Swan Publishing. Swan Publishing has been publishing a wide range of books for early years and primary school children since 1996. Smart Uniforms. Smart Uniforms International is another company providing students across Nigeria with qualitative schoolwears for the past 15 years. Revive Tech Montessori. Revive Tech Montessori has been providing schools with educational resources for over 2 decades. Their products are found in top schools all over Nigeria. Another company with a unique product is Lighting Counseling and Consulting. The company is focused on how best to help young people aspire, achieve, and attain. Meadowhall College of Education. Meadowhall College of Education is leading institution for teacher training and professional development in Nigeria. As a member of the Meadowhall Group, it is committed to bridging the gap between the demand for and supply of qualified teachers in the country. Stamp for School Concepts. Stamp for School Concept is an organization committed to adding fun to learning. The technology company eSchool. The technology company eSchool produces an all-in-one management software that can automate over 80% of the management process of a school. WageFit. WageFit is a payroll and financial well-being platform that provides earned wage access by enabling employees to access a portion of their earned unpaid salaries before payday to meet unexpected emergencies. Finally, there is Edumark. Edumark is a consultancy company that serves various sectors of the education community with innovative services designed to promote and effectively build strong brands. They are the pioneer school marketing company in Nigeria and have created several programs designed to support schools, parents, and students. Some of these are the Total School Support Seminar and Exhibition. We are the future of our nation, an inspirational program for young Nigerians. School Tips Magazine, Entrance Exam Guide, International Schools and Colleges Exhibition. The company also organizes training programs for school leaders and teachers. More than 2,000 schools nationwide have been actively engaged in Edumark's programs over the years. To further support the education sector, Edumark incorporated an NGO, the Concerned Parents and Educators Initiative, with an online community of over 240,000 members. These companies are just a few examples of the many innovative solutions that are transforming the education sector in Nigeria and Africa. With their focus on quality, affordability, and accessibility, they are paving the way for a brighter future for millions of young people across the continent.
Hello? Okay. Vicky, are you around? Okay. You're welcome back, distinguished delegates. How was the lunch? Okay. We all know that after food, what's the next thing? So, I know you're tired. I know that your body is trying to break down the food you just ate, and then it's telling on your body. So we're going to do aerobics just to get us alive, because you need to listen to our next speaker, and you cannot afford to be sleeping. Vicky.
I'm again be so. Girl, you won't capture my soul. I'm again be so. Make you want more. Better, bye. I'm loose. If I'm better than the bad. I'm in Josie.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm not playing with you.
Okay. I'm sure we are all eating. DJ, can you calm down? Thank you. So, if you're happy, how you know, clap your hands. If you're happy, how you know, say I am blessed. If you're happy, how you know, how you really want to show. If you're happy, how you know, turn to your neighbor and say something lovely. No, I didn't say you should tell the person something lovely. I said you should say something lovely. Like you're beautiful, you're handsome, I met you, you know. So, yes, Mama, you're looking so fine. I like your glasses. You're sitting beside our cake, but unfortunately, I'm not eating it now until the cake is being cut. And, you know, I've met Auntie Funke. Today is my lovely day. It's like it's today they just gave birth to me, so I've collected plenty cars, you know, like she gave me a Prado. And Mama gave me like a G-Wagon, you see. Vicky don't blow. All right, so that's for a lighter note. I'm sure we all ate. The food is delicious. And, of course, you can't have people that is this beautiful eating food that is not delicious. So now that the food is delicious, I saw Auntie. I was telling her, I said she's eating fit. I hope it's not because she saw Vicky. Because I have people like that, when they see me, it's like, this instructor is here now. If it is pounded yam, they wanted to eat. You will now cut it. Now be eating salad. No, eat your food though. It's not that day's food that will make you fat or thing. So please. All right, so we're going to go to another section of dance just to help relax and also to help your food digest better. So for those who have eaten, like I see some people now, it's like the food they've eaten. It's like the food they've eaten is more. All right, so I said it before. If you're happy, you know, clap your hands. You're exercising it already. If you're happy, you know, clap your hands. I want to hear it collectively. I'm only seeing some people. If you're happy, you know, you really want to show. If you're happy, you know, clap your hands. Okay, so it's time to dance. Can I have everyone standing? How many of you enjoyed the other section? Were you here? How many of you did the section with me? How do you feel? I mean, I can see the brother there. How do you feel? It was great. Auntie, they said I should ask you, how did you feel from the section before? The first dance section. She said, wonderful. So if you want to feel that section again, let's stand up. Let us all stand. We've started. Our section now started. Please, let's be upstanding. Don't worry. You can't vomit the food you have eaten. You'll only be good. Let me tell you ahead. You can only be good. All right, so let me see you standing, please. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Victory Chinaya Akingbade. Your aerobics and dance instructor. It's just for us to have fun. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. Yes, ma. Yes, sir. Let me see you standing. All right, so DJ, let's go. I don't want you just standing on your own. I want to see you shake your body. The little that you do for yourself is very important. Yes, I like that. Come on, let's go. I'm seeing you shake it. Do it. Yes, mama. Yes. So we're going to finish it slow. That's it. Give it up. I'm in Josie. Face it away. That's it. I'm playing with you. I'm not joking. My daughter. I'm with you. I'm on board. I'm on board. I'm on board. They want to do me. They want to do me. They want to do me. When you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, we are season. Let's go. Everybody's mommies and daddies. You're doing well. Let's go. Slow and steady makes the what? That's it. So, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. You are going to dancing. You choose your guy. Who is your girl? Who is your guy? Don't say it's my girl. Don't say it's my guy. Who's your guy? Let's go.
I'm a new country. I know you get it. And cause you know that's the let's see how baby for you.
So you're going to ask your friend, who's your guy? So we're holding ourselves. Mama, please, I just want to use the demonstration. Please, just a demonstration. DJ, hold on. You're going to do something for me. Hold somebody beautiful. Of course, there's no ugly person here. No. There's no ugly person. So, no, you asking the person if the person is ugly. Can't you see? So tell your neighbor you're so beautiful. If the neighbor is not telling you are beautiful, know that you are very ugly. So what's your neighbor telling you? If she doesn't tell me I know I'm beautiful, well, that's my own affirmation. If you don't tell yourself you are beautiful, people will tell you are ugly. So, madam, you are beautiful. Thank you. So you can tell the person to call your name. My name is Victory.
My name is Victory.
I know. So Atifuke, you are beautiful. All right. So you are going to hold. Did you see what she's doing? She was not have a name, but she was telling herself, "I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful." So it's good. So please, can everybody turn to my mommy, bona fide mommy, Yinka Ogude, and say, "Mommy, you are beautiful." You need to see the way my shoulder pad was up when she said, "Give my daughter food, though. Meet her like this." It's like that. So who's your guy? Auntie Funke is my, it's not easy. I have adopted somebody. Okay, yes. Let's start again. DJ, we are going to dance. Start your number. Now only you. We are doing it. It's Tosse 15, make some noise. Yes. I dedicate your head. Let's go. To you. Everybody. Tosse. Okay. They are coming to level now and dance. Everybody, let's go. You don't know my darling. Everybody, watch me, let's go. 1, 2, that's it. Everybody, do your own shakara. Do your shakara now. It's Tosse 15. We are showing our part of. Yes, mama. Thank you for being here. 1, 2, 3. I'm still in you. Mama cannot be so. I feel my own. See how she's saying. I dedicate. I dedicate. Your hands up. Put it up. That's it. So for Tosse 15, we are going to clap. 1, Thank you so much. Make some noise for Tosse people. Thank you.
Please have your seats. You know that we just somehow think that only children are get influenced by their peers. So when we talk peer pressure, we used to think that, oh, we're talking about children. But I realized that even grandmothers, there is peer pressure. All this jackpot syndrome is peer pressure. Because some people never even had the intention to jackpot. But because of the friends around them, it's peer pressure. Some of you are looking at Vicky doing like this. You are following as peer pressure. You will get home. And some of you by tomorrow you'll be looking for your body. Why else did you do what you did today? And you don't even respect yourself. You were copying Vicky. Mrs. O won't be there tomorrow morning when you are looking for your body. But it's okay. All right. I'm really looking forward to having Yemisi Akindele speak. Coming all the way from the UK. I mean, you can't come all the way. And you are talking the nonsense. It's not possible. I'm really looking forward to the session. And I trust Mrs. O that anybody she believes in and commits a microphone to, you can be sure that. Because even she is into leadership. And for her to call a speaker to speak on leadership, you must know that the person knows what she's talking about. But before then, one of our partners have a word for us for about 3 minutes before I call on Ms. Yemisi. Please join me as I invite Mr. Jumo Kende. He is the Business Development Manager at ProU Education. Mr. Jumo. Three minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank my mommy for giving me this platform to talk. Actually, ProU is all about tech development. We're after giving technology to the next generation. You all agree with me that we have coding going all around schools. But the moment they are done with coding, what is next? They do. Yeah, robotics is next. And after doing robotics, what is next? At this level, what we have come to realize is we are giving these children coding. We are not taking them to the level at which they can actually get a career or build a career. At ProU, we have brought the bridge between the coding, teaching them the nitty-gritty of computer, of IT, and giving them a career for the future. So at this moment, what ProU has come to do in Nigeria is giving children from SS1 to university level the opportunity to learn technology. I mean advanced technology. We are taking them through courses like R programming, taking them through courses like machine learning and artificial intelligence. And all these things, they don't need to sit in the walls of a classroom to learn. They can actually learn on their phone on the go. ProU application came as a result of someone sitting in traffic for 6 hours in Victoria Island, or because Buhari was in Lagos State, and we had to think, what can we do within 6 hours? And we discovered that there are these courses you can actually learn within that 6 hours, that if you are stuck in traffic and you have nothing to do. And these children really need something they can actually devote their time into and at the same time get a future out of. So we have come with programs like web development, Python programming, data science, R programming, machine learning, cyber security. We even went to the extent of giving them ideas about human resource management, where they can actually have the understanding at a free price. We are not charging them for anything, but we are licensed to give them certificates. And these certificates we will be giving to them. They can actually use it to work anywhere in the world. Not only are we giving them certificates, we would also give them opportunity to do internship with companies both locally and internationally. Apart from that, ProU also will help people in gaining admissions into universities both locally and outside the country. So all we're doing basically is channeling their thoughts through what they learn into career development. And we are not doing it at a price. We are doing it because we have built this content. They should come on board. The only thing they need to pay for is the certificate. And if they want to travel outside the country, it comes at a cost, but at a very minute cost. So we are actually doing just one thing, bridging that gap between learning technology and the future. And we will be knocking on your schools. We will be bringing this thing to your doorstep. We are only craving your indulgence. So please accept us, absorb us, and let us take these children to the level at which they can compete with the Indians. They can compete with Chinese. They can compete with the Canadians. And in the next 10 years, I can assure you that the poverty level of Nigeria with technology is going to change swiftly. I can remember 2 years ago when Forex became the high-rise thing, before they eventually brought it down last year. Before you know what's happening, everybody went to blockchain, and today a lot of people are still into it, and they're making good money, even when Nigeria told them to stop. But we have a future, and we can actually build the bridge using this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, she's done that.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Cool. Well, first of all, I want to ask everyone to please put their hands together for Mrs. Ogunde. Thank you so much for putting this together. It's actually described as the largest educational conference in Africa. Absolutely amazing, and I don't dispute it at all. So, first of all, I want to say on Mrs. Emaros Funke Fowler, I want to say thank you for coming and for sharing. I heard a little bit about what, your contributions. And of course, our mommy, she's around, I think. I'm so grateful that I'm standing on this platform alongside yourselves. I want to say thank you to Mrs. O. Thank you so much for inviting me. I do not take this platform for granted at all. But most of all, I want to say thank you so much to everyone who is present here today. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Because some of you have taken time out of work, some of you have cancelled meetings, whatever it is that you've done, you're here. So you are a winner. Thank you. God bless you guys. So, developing a visionary leadership style for school transformation. Before I go into this, I'm first of all going to describe myself, and then I'm going to give a quotation from my favorite poet, which probably is yours as well, Maya Angelou. So who is Yemisi Akindele? I don't know. So I'm an education consultant, and I'm also a legal consultant. how did I become any of this law? Education consultant because of my children. I was born in England. I came back to Nigeria maybe when I was about 5. My parents shipped me back when I was 16. And of course, I had my children in the UK. And all I knew about education was what all of us do here. 24/7 study. That's what we do in Nigeria. Lesson after lesson and all that stuff. It doesn't happen in England. It didn't. So where kids in Nigeria by the age of 3, they're already on their way to school in their long uniforms, even if the little boys, their shorts go to their ankles, you know. I've seen a lot of that. That doesn't happen in the UK. And when they finally get to school, guess what? They're not reading or writing either. And I didn't understand that because I wasn't used to that. So of course I challenged the school, and I was told very simply, oh no, we don't do that. We learn through play. And I was thinking, what? You learn through play? So basically, they teach the children through play, which makes sense at the end of the day, because that's what the kids want to do. So I had to become a teacher, and I started teaching my children. I do not regret it, because today I have 4 graduates, adult children, by the grace of God. They're all at least done masters. One's doing her PhD at the moment. 3 of them are married, and the young... Thank you. 3 of them are married, and I have 4 grandchildren. Praise God. So that's who I am. I enjoy what I do. Because I worked with my children, my friends obviously wanted me to do the same with their children. And that's where High Achievers was born. High Achievers is my outfit. It's a supplementary school that supports the education that is being offered mostly to children of my community. And when I say children of my community, I mean black children in the UK. Because I'm sure a lot of you know that unless your child goes to an independent school or the grammar school, the state schools are just as bad as any other school around the world. Not because the education is not sound, but because the behavior, the resources, they're not as, what you would expect. Simply because it's in England does not mean it is the best. So I just need you to remember that, yes? So it's very important that you do remember that. There's a joke in my house about Vivian Fowler, and I've shared this with Mrs. Fowler here, Miss Fowler. When my daughter was preparing for the 11+ exams, like any child, she was playing up, doing her own thing, and I used to threaten her. I would say to her that it's not a threat, even though for her she thought it was a threat. I would be like, if you do not do these papers and pass these exams, you're going to Vivian Fowler. And then I'll show, there was one video where we had some of the students working out some math problem on the board, and I swear there's no way I could have done that math question. It looked like Chinese, and there were numbers, and she was shivering that, oh my goodness, I said, yes. I said, that's how they learn in Nigeria, they learn properly, and you will go there. So obviously she worked really hard. Today she's an engineer, thank God. She passed so well, she was actually given a scholarship by the bank. HSBC Bank actually gave her full scholarship to go to school. So yes, so you do have fantastic schools in Nigeria, and you have to be proud of what you have. Be very proud of what you have. So before I actually go into my topic, I'm going to ask some of us here. I know most of you are school owners, but of course I know there are teachers here. Now, amongst those teachers, who here, and please don't be shy, and don't lie to us either, who intends to japa Because I hear a lot of teachers in Nigeria are being enticed to come to the UK to become a teacher or to carry on as a teacher. Do we have anyone in the house? Because I can support you. Put your hands up if you are. No, actually stand up so that I would remember you. I can see you. Right. Well done. I'm glad you did. Let me tell you what you need to hear about that. It's very important that you understand one thing in particular. You have to ask yourself this question. Why does the UK want teachers from Nigeria? That's the first question. UK recognizes that you are good teachers. UK recognizes that. Why and how do they recognize that? They recognize that because we do have students that come over from Nigeria. After you've trained them, they then come over. Some come as young as 10, some even younger, mostly 11, then 13, and of course A-levels. And when they come over, they're surpassing their peers there. Do you see what I'm saying? They're surpassing their peers, and if they're surpassing their peers, that means you've done a good job already. So why do you then want to come? So the answer is simple. Finance, correct? So school owners, pay your staff well. If you pay your staff well, there's no reason for them to come over. Now, let me now tell you something else. For those of you who are intending to come over, you will not be paid well. Oh yes. You will not be paid well. So listen to this carefully. As it is, the teachers in the UK, and I'm sure you've heard, are on strike. So why are they striking? Because they want more money. So they're not paid well enough. If not, they would not be striking. But guess what? Whatever they're being paid, you're going to be paid 20% less. They've already said that. So it's of no benefit to you. And when you've been paid 20% less, the money you receive does not go home with you either. In Nigeria, I don't know about your tax system, but it doesn't work. In England, the tax system is the oil. It works like a clock. If you do not pay your tax, you go to prison. It's simple. It's simple. Because the tax belongs to the queen. She's late now, but the king is now taking over. So taxes are deducted immediately. And taxes do not just remain as tax from your income. You have to pay what we call council tax. There's a lot of taxes. You have to pay MOT, that's another tax. There's a lot of payments that will come out of that salary before you even get it. Now, your rent is also to be paid. Because believe me, no family member is going to keep you past a week because they have their own issues. So forget the fact that your sister lives there or your uncle lives there. It's not going to work. That's when you know that your family is not your family. Trust me. Because they'll tell you straight up. They'll entertain you for a short period of time, but then you have to find your own fit. You have to sort yourself out, especially if you're working. So by the time you get this salary, you're paying your house rent, you're paying all these taxes I've just mentioned, you're paying, let me tell you how much travel is, travel card. Of course, there's some of you who travel to the UK, so you know what I'm talking about. By the time you buy your travel card for 1 day, travel card for 1 day is £27. And that is just taking you from one place to the other. What if you want to travel further from somewhere else? £27, I don't know how much that is in Naira, but I'm sure it's not, yeah, whatever it is. So you have to pay that on a daily basis out of this same salary. So please, think carefully before you make that decision. England is not what it makes. If I wasn't born in England, believe me, I would not be there. And I spend more time here in Nigeria or around the world than I do in the UK. And I was born there, so you can imagine. That's on one side. Now, trust me, you don't want to come. we have something we call child abuse. I'm sure you have it in Nigeria. But the child abuse that you have in Nigeria and the child abuse that we have in England, totally different. So you've got your child in the class that you're tutor teaching or whatever, and then he's not listening. As you're teaching, he's doing his own thing. He's tapping the table, he's doing this and he's doing that. In Nigeria, what do you do to that child? Okay, cool. In the UK, in England, and every school in England, private or no private, if that child is doing this, doing whatever he's doing, all you can say is, do you want to go to the headmaster's office? That's all you can say to him. You dare not shout at him. You dare not put your hand on him. I'm not talking slap him, I mean put your hand on him, just to even say, Tom, stop doing that. You're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to even put your hand on him. If that child, if you come into his face and you're saying, why are you doing that? He would report you for being in his space. I'm glad you said that. He would report you for being in his space. Trust me, I am not making any of these things up. If you know anyone in the UK who has a child, call them and ask. Before I came into this hall, I was dealing with a parent whose child has been expelled from school. Why has this child been expelled? Simply because this child shouted at a teacher. It's the child that gets expelled. The child shouted at a teacher, right? So you think that is wrong, which it is. But guess what? Not only did this child get expelled from school, the teacher has the right to say, we don't want that child to come back here because this child shouted at me. Yes? Guess what? That was a Nigerian kid. I work with lots of children. An English kid will do exactly the same thing and nothing happens. In fact, nobody even hears about it. So please be very, very careful before making such decisions. When your friends over there are saying to you, trust me, don't come, they're not lying. It's not a case of, oh, she's better now, she doesn't want me. She's not better. She's suffering. Trust me, some of us are. I had suffered, and I was born there. So you can imagine, they have called me nigger. They've called me all kinds of names, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm there. I know why I was there, and I know why I am there. So please, before you make that decision to come to the UK, either you've got your business that you're running that will cost, I understand the comfort that you're looking for. I definitely get that. So you're running water, you want your lights to turn on when you want it and stuff like that. You want to be able to walk freely without security following you everywhere. I definitely understand that. That is what is lacking here. But by the grace of God, the new government will provide those things. Amen? Amen. So let's pray that those things do happen. I just want you to be aware of those things that you would not necessarily find out, because the government who is asking you to come is not going to tell you, we're going to pay you less than what we pay our teachers in England. They're not going to tell you there and then that you're not allowed to shout at a child. They're not going to tell you you're not allowed to smack a child. You will find out yourself. And if that does happen, you get kicked out straight away. There's no ifs or buts. There's no discussion because you've done the wrong thing. It's as simple as that. So please, please be careful. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So now you know. Right, okay. Thank you. So, I'm going to talk about the traits and principles of a visionary leader. I think we've got, fantastic, thank you. I'm going to rush through this because I've been given time. So, what are the traits and principles of a visionary leader? I believe you all are, first of all. We're looking at emotional intelligence, which I'm sure somebody has spoken about earlier. Creativity, cultivating learning, communication, nurturing, collaboration. That's where I'm going to focus on. And the last thing I want to talk about is strategy and ensuring results. Now, Maya Angelou, I would like to say, I think I might have it on the next, on my phone. If you give me 2 minutes. So, Maya Angelou says, do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, what do? You do better. Thank you. I just want you to ponder on that for a second or two. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. So what does that tell us? We continue to learn, yeah? To do better. Building a better future. So, I'm going to give you a little bit of stats. A study by the Office for National Statistics found that COVID-19, which we all went through, resulted in 1.53 billion learners out of school. That's a big number. And it impacted 87.6% of the world's total enrolled learners. The World Bank estimated that in April of this year, 2023, universities and other tertiary education institutions were closed in 175 countries, and over 220 million people, post-secondary students, had their studies significantly disturbed due to COVID-19. Another potential area where most schools probably struggled, obviously, is technology. So I'm happy Mr. Jumo came up to talk to us about that. Many families, which I'm sure you all experienced, were unable to provide their children with devices to learn. That wasn't just in Africa, that was also in Nigeria, in England, because as brilliant as England is, we still have poverty going on in there as well. Especially families where there were 2 or more children of school age. I'm sure your schools, some of your parents probably experienced that as well. But most importantly also, some schools were not equipped well enough to navigate the technology acumen required for online teaching, clearly. Now, we can therefore argue that leadership for school transformation is an indispensable element in our constantly changing world. The world in general, and Africa in particular, is changing rapidly, and the core of our evolution is within the school. Right. Can we have the second slide, please? Right, okay. So I'm going to talk about the impact of COVID, because when we talk about visionary leadership, if we're prepared, those things will not catch us suddenly. Some people were already doing online schooling before COVID came in, but most schools weren't. And I'm talking not just Nigeria, I'm talking literally over the world. And we all knew how that affected our children. The impact of COVID, we all know: social distancing, falling behind in education, grade discrepancy awarded from teachers, deaths and long-term unknown illnesses. Now, I would focus mostly on falling behind in education and grade discrepancy. What do I mean by grade discrepancy? I'm not sure what happened here in Nigeria, but in the UK, what we were doing, we were giving kids grades based on, okay, we feel you might have gotten 6 Bs or 7 As. You know where that really became a major problem? For those kids who are not listening, who are rude to the teachers, which teacher is going to give that kid an A star? It's obviously not going to happen. So we had serious problems with that, grade discrepancy. Then falling behind in education, because of those things I mentioned earlier, where some kids didn't have access to internet, some didn't even have devices to use. So of course, they fell behind. And also, unfortunately, parents weren't able to help their children. Not every parent is knowledgeable. So you have a case whereby they've sent the work home, online, whichever way it's gone home, but they can't do the work because the parents didn't know how to support the children. That was a major, major problem for us, and I'm almost certain there's no way it wouldn't have been a major problem here, because you also have the issue of power here. So apart from the fact that the kids might not have devices, you also have the fact that not every family would have a generator to power these devices. So that was a major problem that we also noticed as one of the impacts of COVID. But as a visionary leader, what did you do? You put things in motion. I know for a fact that Mommy here did so, and so did Miss Fowler there, because we did some work over that period, and it was absolutely amazing. Now, children in the UK have been severely affected by COVID-19, they were. The closure of schools deprived them of access not only to education, but to the many other things that schools provide. So, from emotional support, life skills, and regular meals. This is where we had the footballer, what's his name, Rashford, a young black man. He then decided to feed every single child in the UK. Isn't that amazing for a young black man to do that? Because, like I said, when you think of UK, it's not all rosy. We do have poverty, so we have those children that sometimes the only meal that they have is the meal that they would have had at school. And when they go home, they go to what is called food banks. The parents have to actually go to food banks to get food. So we do have those issues going on there. So those were some of the issues that we had. Children from disadvantaged families were also disproportionately affected by bereavement, as many had breadwinners in jobs that placed them at high risk of infection. So, for example, the nurses, as you know, we had many nurses that lost their lives during that time. Really sad case. I've got 20 minutes left, I think, I hope. So, going back to Maya Angelou, the quote I read earlier, doing things better. Developing a visionary leadership style for school transformation is, in effect, building schools back better. Every school should adopt a leadership approach that builds a school back better by having, amongst other things, a strategic plan in place, achieving set goals, and bringing together the social community. And that is what I mentioned earlier when I spoke about the traits and principles of a visionary leader, which is communication and nurturing collaboration. And when I say nurturing collaboration, I mean working together as a unit, working together as one unit, working together, the parents, the schools, the community at large. It's really important. The most important being parent engagement. Studies carried out by the National Center for Family and Community shows that when parents are engaged with their children's education, particularly through asking questions about what they're learning at school, the children perform better. Now, for this to happen, you have to engage the parents in the first place. So I'm sure, obviously, you do parent evenings, I think. That's what it's called here as well, yeah? Parents evenings. What do you call it? Okay, fantastic. Okay, good. So I think that we need to do more of that to enable this collaboration that we're talking about. Those meaningful relationships with parents help the school community. Looking back at the days of COVID-19, remote learning was the order of the day. It was quickly evident that most parents could not help their children. They had no idea what the children were learning at school. The school is the bedrock of society, and we all yearn for information. We can safely say, therefore, if the school is right, it will no doubt lead to a better society. Likewise, if the school is wrong, alas, we reap what we sow. Right or wrong, though, in the hands of those who have the power to steer, which is myself and you, we therefore need to take a holistic approach and look at the whole school system. and their preparedness to face the unexpected, i.e. another crisis, God forbid, but should it come. We all know we live in an ever-changing world, as I had said earlier. As a parent, a grandparent, and an educator of almost 30 years, a good chunk of my life was spent nurturing young lives. Some notable ones have become doctors, lawyers, engineers, and some, of course, teachers like yourselves. That has been my life's focus. I cannot stand by and watch this system break down. What we need is the inclination to see the best in our children and in young people, and boldly step forward with positivity, hope, and unrelenting aspiration, inspiring teachers, parents, and everyone involved with children and young adults by the fundamental importance of unity. It must be a partnership. I will repeat that. It must be a partnership that unites families and schools as communities of character, bound by a culture that once again places our children at the center of our tribal village. Really important. Before I conclude, we had COVID-19. Nobody was expecting it. In fact, if my father wakes up and we tell him all about this, because he's gone a long time, he just would not have any understanding. It was really bad. But guess what? When COVID came, we were all partakers. All of us. No discrimination. Everybody was affected. I used to go to bed praying that, God, please let me wake up and see my children tomorrow. It was really bad. I was scared to watch the TV, to watch news, because you see the ambulances, you see the bodies, and it was painful. Really painful. What was even more painful is when my daughter, my second daughter, had to go into hospital. She had a cancer scare, and that was in itself painful. So for me to be able to now drop out the hospital and not be able to go in with her, you know what? When you have faith, it conquers all fear. Because as fearful as I was on the day, one, I couldn't show it to her. Two, I had to remind myself what happened to Peter when he doubted. What happened? He began to sink. So I had to remind myself that, no, if God has said she's healed, then she's healed. And I had to stand on those words. And to God be the glory, she was given the all clear. Hallelujah. Yes, hallelujah. But the fact of the matter remains that it happened, and we all went through it. So I'm now saying to you, sorry, please, can I ask, how many schools here follow the British curriculum? A few, the British curriculum. Yeah, because I've been to a few schools in Nigeria, and they all say they do the British curriculum. And some do it extremely well, and some do it extremely stellar. I need to tell you something that is happening in the UK right now and around the world, and we are part of that world, and it is called trans. And I know trans, T-R-A-N-S, transgender. So, basically, what we have going on in the UK right now is a 7-year-old child called Ellie can come into school and approach her teacher. That could be me, that could be you, because we're the teachers, and say, Miss, I don't want to be Ellie anymore. I want to be Steve, because I feel like I'm Steve. And you know what? Me, as her teacher, I dare not say to her, what are you talking about, Ellie? I wanted to say something else, but I can't say to her, she's talking rubbish. I must support her. Yes. That is the law in, not just in the UK, around the world. I have to support her. I have to support her in wanting to become Steve. And what is even worse with that is I don't have to inform her parents either. I don't need consent. There's no consent. So I need to just help her follow that process. And if I refuse to do that, and I'm sure you've been following the news, there's been a teacher, a Christian teacher, who's just been, not only was he sacked from school, he's been banned by the High Court from ever teaching again. Yes. And that happened because a young boy in his math class, this is a math teacher, a young boy in his math class had said he wanted to be identified as a girl. But this teacher has known this kid as a boy all his life, from year 7 to whatever year he was now. And that's why he got the sack. He went to court because he fought it, and unfortunately he did not win that case. So we have a lot of that going on at the moment. I'm leaving Nigeria on the 13th of this month, June, next Tuesday, simply because I have a meeting in Parliament and I want to fight this. I can't stand by and have a 7-year-old say to me they want to become a boy when they're a girl, and I approve it. Hence why I'm going to see an MP who deals with education, and I want it to go to Parliament. I want them to raise a bill that will enable us to change that and to at least have that age raised to 18. When you're 18, you are an adult. At 18, you can vote. That's what the law says. At 18, you can buy alcohol. At 18, you can have your driver's license. Those 3 key things that I mentioned, you cannot do at 7, you cannot do at 10, you cannot do at 16. You have to be 18 to be able to do those things. So I don't understand how my child at the age of 16, 7, 10, whatever it is, will be able to make that decision to say, Mom, I don't want to be a boy anymore, I want to be a girl, hence I should follow through with that. I do not subscribe to that at all. At all. Hence why we must fight it. Now, the question then is, how do you fight it? Because you see, for those of you who want to come to school in the UK, you would face that. For all of us here in Nigeria, it's coming to us. So this is what, no, it is, it's coming to us. Because unless we want to kid ourselves, would we say we do not have, even in some of our family members, oh gosh, some of our family members, we do have gay people within that family member, and God knows I do not condemn them. Why? Because God loves everybody. But what I'm saying is, let them reach that age where they can make that decision, which is age 18 and above, and hopefully between age 0 and them getting to 18, you are pleading the blood over your child, and they are not getting themselves involved in anything like that. It's really important that you are aware. Why? Because most of the schools in Nigeria also like to bring foreign heads. And when we bring the foreign head from the UK or from Canada or wherever they've come from, that is what they believe. Indeed, some of them are themselves. So how do you then ask a headmaster, or what do you call them here, not proprietor, headmaster? Yeah, okay, head teacher. How do you then ask a head teacher to deal with a child who's saying this to you? You can't fight it, because the person who's the leader of the school is one himself. And this is something that is coming. Remember, I'll tell you this. For every woman here, before 1979, you were not allowed to vote. Women began to vote in Nigeria from 1979. That's the information I found with the research that I did. Prove me wrong if that's not the case. Check it out. Now, the question then is, if women weren't allowed to vote until 1979, And then from 1979, every single woman is allowed to vote. If you don't do it now, it's your choice, but not because you're not allowed to. So the question then is, when this thing comes, how are you going to not be a part of it? Do you follow me? I mean, one country right now, Uganda, has stood their ground that they're not having it. If anybody is found doing any of these things, straight to jail. Unless we have those policies in place, and this is what you need to be fighting for, so please do not say it's not my business or I reject it. Don't be saying that. Please make sure you're helping this government to fight that. Because many a times has the American government come to Nigeria, come to Africa, to be precise, to want to impose these honors. Thank God for Baba Obasanjo when they came at one point and he said they can carry the nonsense and take it out because he's not interested. That was many years ago. We are now in the era of transgender. That's even worse. Transgender, I'll explain it for those of us that don't understand, because I'm sure not all of us got what I mean. So transgender simply means I'm transforming myself from this woman to become a man. And that means I'm actually having the hormones. I'm taking hormone tablets that changes me from being female to a male. It means I'm having surgery to change the bits and bobs that make me female to become a man. So those are the things that are going on. So please, 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 if you can keep your children, because for some of those young people now, they see it as a fashionable thing. Not because they were born like that, clearly not, but they're seeing it as a trend. Just like when the charismatic churches started. It started with 1, 2, before you know it, everybody is having one sort of, charismatic church, and everybody, you have to be seen to be going to a church like that. The Methodist wasn't good enough, the Anglican wasn't good enough anymore. Everybody just wanted to go to those churches because they felt it was fashionable. So it's a trend. And unfortunately, because children would always be children, they would reason like a child. They reason like children. So it's our duty as teachers, as parents, as carers, to nurture these children aright, to continue to speak positively to them, to continue to understand what they're doing and who their friends are. Because I think that is also more important. Knowing who your children are and knowing who their friends are. It's really important. Unfortunately for us in the UK, because I say it's unfortunate, we don't have a choice. We really do not have a choice. It's not about sending your child to a private school. Even the private schools have to take it on board. My daughter was running a creche. She had a nursery school. And when Ofsted came to inspect, they insisted that if she didn't have books that showcased daddy and daddy, mommy and mommy, they will shut the nursery down. So I'm not lying to you. Trust me. Go and Google it. You will find it, or speak to people. So that is what is going on. So I go back to you being a visionary leader. How do you deal with crisis? How will you deal with crisis? So I'm going to throw this question to you. You have a child who's lived in the UK all his life. And as you and I know, when our children begin to mess up in England, what do? We send them back to Nigeria. We now remember that Nigeria is better. So I don't understand it. So we then send them back to Nigeria. Like, let them sort it out. I think that's totally unfair. It's unfair on the child, it's unfair on you who take them in. Because the question is, how did that child even get to that state in the first place? People have asked me, including Mrs. Fowler here, that how did I raise my children in Nigeria? No, I didn't. I raised my children in England. I can only give what I have. And the way my parents raised me is how I raise my children. So please, do not be looking to the West to raise your children. Raise your children the way you were raised. They will not die, trust me. Even the Bible says it. Yes? So please, be careful in how you raise your children and how you nurture the children in your care. Because you're not just parents, you're also teachers, you're carers. But again, I'm going to ask this question. how will you deal with this crisis? So you've had a child whose age, 14, 15, they send them home. And of course, this child is very open to what I've just explained to you. And they come to your classroom, and they say to you that, you know what, I fancy Ademide, and this is Damilare telling you this, and they're both male. How do you deal with that? Because it's coming. Don't think it's not. Believe me, it's coming. There's absolutely no way. I mean, I don't know if it's already started. It's in your law. Oh, it's illegal. Okay. Sorry, excuse me, please. I've just heard here now that it is illegal for that to happen here. I'm really pleased to hear that, but I'm going to ask you a question. Is it illegal to steal? Fine. Are they stealing? Brilliant. So the fact that it is illegal, does that mean it's not going to happen? No, it will happen because... Yeah, but yes, I'm happy. I like that. We can expel them. Have we helped him? We haven't helped him. Good. Yeah, well, exactly. The solution is what we have on hand here. One, it is illegal. And I really hope that illegality would actually carry through, which means what is the repercussion for that? Not just in schools, in society. So in society, what is the repercussion? So for example, if we see Mr. James, who is 21-year-old, who obviously is one of this, who arrests him? Is it the police? What do we do? The police arrest him. I've been in Nigeria a few years ago, and we had almost 30 or 40 gay men gathered together doing church in Ikeja. Police went after them after. Praise the Lord. Right. How do you deal with such? That's my question. Well, I don't know, because I know it's a major problem, and I know it is coming. So we just have to tighten. Maybe one of the things that you can do as a school owner and as a teacher, to have it as a policy. Because one of the things that unfortunately not many schools do is have policies. A few do, many don't. And that is a bad... You need to have policies. Please. Now, I'm going to ask those schools who know themselves, you know, in church, when they say, who wants to give their life and stuff like that, bow your head, close your eyes and stuff. And of course, we all kind of pretend that they're not talking to me, I'm good. But somehow, deep down your heart, I need to really rededicate my life. So you bow your head, pretending you're looking at your phone, but really and truly, you're doing that prayer as well. That's the same way. No, I know, because I've done it as well. So that is the same way that I'm going to say now. Please, if you know your school does not have policies, if you know your school is meant to be a British international school, but you're really not a British international school, don't call yourself that. Do not call yourself that, because that is not good leadership either. Be proud to be who you are. If you're running the Nigerian curriculum, look, our kids there, my daughters who are grown women, are learning Yoruba. Now, I'm sorry, I should have taught them, but I myself learned it as an adult, because I didn't learn it, I didn't grow up speaking Yoruba, so it was really difficult for me. So it was difficult for me to teach it to my kids. But they're buying books and they're learning it themselves now. So in that case, if they can do that, then you can do the same. Ask for mentoring. Look, the people up front here, I know the schools, I've been to the schools. Mrs. Koiki doesn't remember me, but the first time I went to her school, it was over 10 years ago. We came from the UK, we came with a few ladies, and we came to run a program there, but she just breezed in and out, and I was just happy to be a part of the whole thing. So yeah, but it was lovely seeing you again, man. But we know the kind of outfits that she runs. We know what Vivian Fowler does. Thank God for Mommy, who started the project, and our beautiful daughter, carrying on. They are happy to be mentors. Humble yourself. Ask for help. Most importantly, do not call yourself that because you're lying. Just be who you are. Just be the school that you are and do well at what you're doing. Remember the quote that woman had, Maya? Do better. And after you've done better, what else do? You continue to do better. And that's doing better. My name is Yemisi Akindele, and I'm really, really pleased to be here. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Okay, I hope we have all enjoyed ourselves today. We want to thank you all for coming. I want to specially thank Mrs. Lai Koike. Please give her a round of applause. When we are talking of leadership, I've been privileged to serve on a committee with her for the past 3 years. Please, when you are talking of leaders, that is a leader. When we are tired and we're weary, she has a way of propping us up. When we want to make a big deal of what to us is a big deal, but what does she do? She just went, and all of us that were screaming as if it's a big deal. You don't see the way she does it. And you yourself will feel that really it's no big deal. Not that it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. But what does the leader do? The leader calms your fears. She knows the problem is there, but she wants you to see a picture of the future. I teach leadership. Every one of you know that. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing else. I'm sure that Yemisi would have told you one or two things about visionary leadership. What do we talk about, say about having a vision? Leaders see more than others see. Leaders do more than others do. Because if you don't see it, how can people who are following you, how can they see it? But unfortunately, a lot of leaders, because of our mindset, we do not see. And we are busy just protecting the little that we know. But a leader that will transform will seek to become more. And that's why I want you all to clap for yourselves. Because you want to become more. That's why you've been here for the past how many hours? As early as 7 o'clock, people were here. When I asked, where are you from? Oyo. Where are you from? Another state. Where are you from? Norway. Where are you from? Akwa Ibom. I say, here. Ha. By that time, we were still trying to even set up, but they were here already. We want peace around the flag. We want to really say thank you. I want to acknowledge especially schools like Deeper Life High School, schools like Honeyland, schools like American International School. There's so many schools who sent almost all their leaders to this Tosse lead. We are planning for August, on the 31st of August. It's going to be big. We are building, even in 10 degrees, 2 extra huge maquets to be able to accommodate people. Why are we doing that? We want to ensure that everyone in the school environment is catered for. In fact, we even taught ourselves at one time that even cleaner session, we will have a little room for cleaners. Because everybody is relevant. There's something we call the law of the change. The strength of your team is only as strong as your weakest link. That's where problems occur, when you have too many weak links in your organization. Look at a school that got into trouble recently, sending a security man or something to go and clean the bum of a baby. That is huge trouble. We can't afford careless things within the education sector again. And that's why Tosse on the 31st of August, we're going to have leadership session. We're going to have an experience center for technology. Everything that you want to know about technology. We'll make it like an experience center. You come in there, real life, real time, practical. God will help me with dreams and ideas. Sometimes it's as if all those ideas, they just come rushing, and I'm saying that, oh, Lord, give me strength. Sometimes I wish that I was 30 years younger or something, but no problem. I'm learning all the things they are learning. I'm learning coding, I'm learning AI, I'm learning everything. In fact, I registered for one course. I don't even understand what they are saying there. They're saying binary, I don't understand. But you know, you will just sit down there and you say, yeah, this thing. So maybe in age I am one kind of group, but in mind and in thinking I'm another group entirely. But really, it's all about vision. It's all about leading towards transformation. Anybody who doesn't think like that, it will be difficult. Because we are growing, and the children that we are raising, they're going to live in a world that we don't understand. I don't know about you. Sometimes I become overwhelmed by all those things. But I just say, you know what? You have to make sense of it. You have to be rooted. You stand from your true north, and then you understand the why you are doing everything, because you want to make an impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. You've been amazing, amazing. Thank you. Thank you to my darling sisters. You know, there's some people that are like your Omoya. There are some of them. Yemisi Akindele, Funke Fowler Amber, Susan, Chikalicious. You know, they are like, fine girl. Oh, okay, stand up for recognition. Stand up. Stand up, stand up. Stand up. How many of you know her? And you know her. As she's standing, just look at her. Do you know what she did? She's threatening me. And I just said that all I need to do is to do like this. And the whole thing will come crashing down. Please, Helenesian. Toyin Shodedo, Kike, all of them, my wonderful sisters, my dear Aburos, they are all here. The Sola, people that got my back, Shefuni, all of you, I appreciate you all tremendously. Thank you. Dr. Molajo, of course, my real person, I've told you from the beginning, Reverend Alayode, always a pleasure to have you, sir. And let me say on that, sir, First Fruit family. First Fruit, yes, the First Fruit family. Anywhere you see me, they are there. They are there. And guess what? Who are they? They were my very first experiment in leadership training. And we have remained together for years now. The group did not, they just said anything, they're there. Thank you, ladies, for all the support. You've been awesome. DJ, are you ready for the Buga? Yeah. All the slides will be sent and will be available. And you can access Tosse on YouTube because we're actually running live. Yeah, please enjoy yourselves. Enjoy yourselves. No Tosse without a closing dance. Please, support the feedback form before you go, please. Don't go away with a feedback form. Please submit it to me or any of those young ladies in green. Your feedback form given to you. Fill it and drop it for us. Thank you very much. DJ, you're going to take it up. So stop. If you have fun in Tosse 15, make some noise. So DJ, we're going to do the Buga to show them. Yes, we had fun. And I hope you networked, you met people. Don't go without knowing one person. It's a taboo. Not like 15 school. Partner with yourself, right now. Partner with yourself. Like now, somebody has given me G-Wagon.
Vicky. You see, when you see Vicky start driving G-Wagon tomorrow, it's mommy you car, not me. Okay, music. Let's go, everybody. Wake up. Collect your money. Go everybody, give them their money. Wake up. I hope you're dancing. Let's go.
Don't walk it, don't try. Keep it. Supposed to be jai. You don't walk it, my person.
Artificial. You're not dancing well. Let's go. Mommy, you say, come on. Artificial. Let's go. Lo, let me see. Who's that? Let me see you again. Let me see you. Lo, let me see. Let me see your shoulder back. Let me see you again. Let me see. Let me see you one more time. Let me see. You can come on stage and dance. See mommy and her friend. My mama will take class. Please, I don't understand this expression. What's that? Go mama. Hey. Everybody, let's go. 1, 2, no. Go, anywhere you can go. Let me see you go. Go, let me see you. Gently, you can go down. You see, let me see. Go, let me. One more time. Let's go. Go, anywhere you can do it. Go down. DJ, use your girl. Let's go. Only you. Mommy, who is my guy? Everybody, I will never leave. Okay. I dedicate my life to you. Auntie, let me see. Oh yeah, I dedicate my time to you. You're my key on together we go stand. We stand with face and fly. Everything else got my back. Let me see them. Dance it. All this my mama is good. Hey, dance. You can watch the dedicated, I dedicate my time, my life, my home. Tell them you're my friend, I dedicate my time. Tell them I will see you next year. I will see you in August. Yes, August 31st. DJ, more song. It's been a fantastic 15th. Thank you so much. Yes. As you are going to be dancing it out.
I got plenty on my mind. Right now I'm with my guy. I know the head that's got my eye. Don't see me my pocket.
I can see everybody dancing.
I'm not the head of the church. I'm gonna give her a run. Hey! 2 times to the ball.
dancer Akinbade. Instagram Vicky dancer Akinbade. I don't have any other name. Hey! I want to collect 1 million. I want to that. You will hear now, see and see dancing.
I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I Tomorrow's not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. I'll say, no matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. I feel this vibration right through my head. It's DJ Tosse. Everybody's getting that. Cause I go high, I go party through the night. From over my Vanessa. In the club, my people done it. That's you be energy. We're supposed to love. You don't know. We're supposed to love. We're supposed to love. You don't know. We're supposed to love. I don't stop me, they just want, I get good. They want to stop me, I no fall. They don't set us, I no fall. But I'm in every city. If you want to go, I want to the city. I want to sell it, I want to celebrity. I'm not getting my nigga. Cause I go high, I go happy to the night. From all the darkness. In the bar, for my people that they see. That you be energy. We're supposed to know why. You don't know why. We're supposed to know why. We're supposed to know why.
Underrated me, the thing they say to me. Rap no sell, till them start to pay money. Now they come back.